You guys, you want to hear a story?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you
fucking
guys
cat.
to do the intro, I swear to God.
Let me tell the people what I need to tell them.
No. Hello everybody, my name is JC and welcome to D&D 5th edition Papihos episode, I believe this is 22.
22 or 23.
22. And making sure that this is working because I think everything just bugged out.
Let me take a peek. I can check.
There we go.
The stream is live, yeah.
The stream is live, and we are here joined by, of course, our wonderful players. Helminio playing Rem, our gnome cleric. James playing Zex, our tiefling bard. Welcome back. Suzanne playing April, our human ranger. Alpha playing Gilgamesh, our dragonborn barbarian. And Jazz playing Flora, our satyr paladin. Where we last left off, the party was in a very, very rough spot. As the group journeyed onwards to Foremenos, met April's sister and discussed with the captain of the guard, Goran, that there was an assassination contract out on his head. The party then assisted the Foremenos guard in repelling an attack, and in that way gained the respect of the Foremenos guard. The group then took it upon themselves to actually go and begin vetting people to try and figure out who the assassin was, while having good ideas about who could possibly be the assassin. They did not have concrete evidence and did not pin it on anyone until the group of half-orc soldiers from Gondolin came in, led by a singular half-orc in black leathers holding two flails. As Captain Goran was preparing a speech for the actual troops that were getting in, a large quantity of an attacking force of bug demon seeming things appeared at the wall and attacked, killing many men. In this, the actual the actual attack was repelled, and it was revealed that Slange, the tiefling scout of the Foremenos guard, was actually the assassin. As Rem saw through his deception as he was trying to stab a knife in him. With combined efforts from Rem and Gigi, the second in command of the Foremenos guard, they managed to keep the captain alive. And as the tiefling was running away, darting in and out and seemingly blinking out of existence, and Rem throwing everything he had at them, April took one singular shot at the fleeing form, and Rem saw as a flash of light came, arced over their shoulder, and impaled the tiefling. Whereas the tiefling went unconscious, with the arrow sticking out of their chest, they watched as the thick purple skin of the tiefling began to change into an almost complete white form. As the figure falls to the ground, Rem, going and moving over to the actual figure, begins to hear drums beating and moving throughout the entire northern wall, and looks up to see the force moving in. Rem, as you're looking, I'd like you to make a perception check.
24.
24. As you are looking outwards, you can see plenty of hobgoblins as they're trudging forward in a almost thick wall of men. You can also see pushing their way to the front. Some of them are riding beasts. As they have slung alongside these, you can see wooden ladders fashioned to the sides of the beasts. And of course, in back, you can see more giants behind them.
Can I see how many giants?
You can see that there are 4.
Okay. Do I recognize these beasts that they're riding at all?
Make a nature check. Bless you.
I believe that's a 13.
13. They look to be some sort of large, either dogs or wolves. You're not entirely sure what they are.
Okay.
But they're large enough that some hobgoblins are riding them.
I don't have a lot of time to do much, so I'm going to drape this man over my broom as securely as I can. Right?
Okay.
I'm going to use Spare the Dying as my bonus action. It has a range of 30 feet, so I don't have to actively touch him, just so this man doesn't die on the way back.
All right.
And
Spare the Dying.
My question for you is that the broom has a movement speed of 30 feet because I'm over 200 pounds. If I used my action to dash, would it go 60 feet or can it only move that feet? Because it's like its own separate meta turn kind of thing.
It is just able to move 30 feet. However, you can estimate how far they are because the camp isn't close, per se. The camp isn't close to the wall, and you can guess you have somewhere at max maybe 5 to 10 minutes before they actually get here. It's a large army, and it's not stealthy, and you can see it coming. So you drape the unconscious body that you've spared the dying on over the actual broom, and you begin making your way back.
Yep, I can move 30 feet because I've broken 200 pounds. So he's with me. I'll be going to right about there. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm just making ground.
Yeah. As this is happening, Gilgamesh, Flora, April, you guys are watching the troops begin to notice, and as you guys are looking over, as you can see, like Gilgamesh pulling the actual glaive out of the body of one of these bug-like creatures and looking over your shoulder. The spot that you were so focused on beforehand last night has seemingly erupted with creatures, and they are all heading this way.
Has my glaive done anything weird yet? Like, is it...
Make a investigation check.
Natural 20.
All right. As you are kind of looking between the glaive and the creatures, and then almost comparing it to what has changed between them, you notice the soldiers' short swords and crossbows have seemed to have done less damage, be less piercing to the creatures, while yours has cleanly and effectively sliced through them. Whatever skin or protection these demonic bug-like creatures had, the glaive did seem to bypass them. You understand in this moment that there is something special about the glaive, but you have no arcane way of knowing exactly what.
You say arcane. Can I make an arcana check to see why this is?
Sure.
13?
It's seems to be some sort of possible penetration magic, extra sharpness, something that has been added onto it. It's not guiding it necessarily, but it is somewhat hitting harder than the average soldier's weapon seems to be.
So it's essentially more effective on demons, is what I'm...
Since you got a natural 20, I will let you know it is bypassing whatever these demonics' resistance is.
Okay.
They had resistance to the attacks from the soldiers. They did not have resistance to you.
Okay. And then, can I see what's coming towards us?
As you can see, it's a hulking mass. You can make a perception check if you want to know exactly what's coming.
Yeah, I'll do that. Nine.
It's something, and a lot of them.
Big.
You can infer it's either more of these bug demons or the hobgoblins that have attacked before.
I'll just keep my glaive out, yeah.
All right. What are you all doing?
Well, what can I do?
Zex, you yourself find yourself awakening slow and sluggish as you realize you probably drank a little bit more than you should have. You didn't think you drank that much, but funnily enough, you did. However, as you are shaking your head, you come out of it very nicely and you have a clear conscience. As you wake up in a tent, you can see that it is empty besides one person who you recognize as the elven gentleman from before, who is hurriedly putting on his armor.
All right. What's going on?
We're under attack. There were explosions outside. You see him click into a gauntlet and begin hoisting a shield on his arm, and then he charges out of the tent.
Okay. Do I have all my equipment on me?
Yes, you do.
I assume I do.
They're next to you.
All right. Let's grab that and head out then.
All right. As you head out, you can see there's the wall is in chaos. As you can see charred people next to a wooden stage that's half charged. You can see May, Gigi, and Goran, the leaders of Foremenos, kind of huddled together talking solemnly. And then you can see this large parade of half-orcs. There's one man there in heavy leathers. And you can see him unclipping flails from his belt and talking in Orcish over the entire group as they begin. You can see them throwing aside packs and pulling out spears and shields and crossbows. Down below you, you can watch as groups that you recognize as the actual night shift start making their way out. They themselves have begun and gotten their armor put on. And it is chaos. At this point,
I'm gonna.
this point, Rem, you have gotten to the wall.
Okie doke. I don't have permissions to drag man, so I'm on the wall.
Yeah, you can get to the wall wherever you want it to be on the wall. And April, Gilgamesh, and Floor, you do see Rem approaching the wall with this pale figure slung over the broom.
Probably somewhere right here, like in front of April.
Okay.
Can I, like, yell and wave Rem over to me?
All right.
I'm busy, but I can hear you.
Yeah, you can hear him easy enough.
What do you want?
Are you coming over to me?
I don't think I have time before we have to roll initiative.
I'll yell over to you. Do you know what these things are?
Jesse, is there any way I would know what these things are?
These are not familiar to you in any way. The best you can see is they're bug-like, but they are way too big to be natural, and did not. You saw that they were seemingly speaking in a language. What languages do you know?
I know Common, Gnomish, Elvish, Deep Speech, and Celestial.
You would not have recognized what they were talking in. It is completely foreign to you.
I've got no clue what that is, Gil. Do I see Zex?
You see Zex kind of stumble out of the tent, following behind loosely of the elven guard, the elven man that was sent to guard you guys.
If I have time, I'd like to yell to him, Zex, give me the shackles and get on the wall.
Do I have enough time to get up on the wall?
Yeah, you guys can say stuff, and I'll interrupt you when they get here.
All right.
I'm actually going to come down the wall with the man and meet him in the middle.
Okay.
In the middle? Okay.
Right there.
Okay. As you go down, there's this just basically a very slender form of a man in deep, dark clothes, with April's arrow sticking out of him.
All right, I'll pull the shackles out of my bag of holding and give them to him.
I'm going to shackle him.
Okay.
And I'm going to put him in the safest place I can manage, so like against the wall. And tell everybody don't let this man move. I'm just going to yell it out loud in common.
Ping where you're putting him. Just right there, behind April. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Assume you want to keep this man unconscious?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know if April still has any bits of sleeping potion?
He's fine. He was knocked down. He's done for 8 hours minimum.
Okay.
I need some bolts too.
I'll give you 40.
All right. You guys can now see people pushing and pulling bodies off of the wall, clearing out space as soldiers are placed down where the other fallen were, and other soldiers are moving to replace. As bodies are gathered, the monsters are just unceremoniously just dumped wherever they are. Is there anything else you guys would like to do?
I'd like to float up. I want this man to stay within my view.
Okay.
So I'm gonna float up the 25 feet to peer over the wall. What am I seeing?
You can see that they've gotten closer. The large riding monsters would be easily outpacing the soldiers. However, the actual riders are keeping them close to the actual foot soldiers. You can see the line of foot soldiers is first, with sets of these monster riders on each side, with the giants in the rear.
I'm gonna yell if the captain can hear me. 4 giants. They're riding some beast. They have ladders. We don't have time.
You can see Goran's face whip around. He nods, and he starts barking orders about the cannons. Get the cannons ready to cycle! I want 2 men on every cannon. Any crossbow in use, any longbow in use. And then he turns back around, and you can see him talking to the half-orc man.
Hearing this real quick, I want to switch out my glaive for my great axe.
Okay.
Zex, you should climb on the wall right now.
Are there ladders that I can climb up?
Yeah, the entire
Everywhere.
wall has rope ladders.
All right, dope. I'm gonna pull out my scimitars as well.
All right. You can basically see the entire wall is becoming filled with these men as April breaks away from the group, comes up to the wall. You can see the half-orc turns around, says something to the men as the men have just basically laid their packs there. The half-orc himself begins to climb up and gets next to May as Gigi and Goran spin around, are surveying the wall, and you can hear Goran, his face completely serious, starting to bark orders. The orcs and half-orcs with crossbows begin getting onto the wall, while the others down below begin actually getting closer and next to the gate. Is there any other preparation you all would like to see or have?
I want all these orcs to do something.
You can see them getting into position. The ones with crossbows are getting up to the wall and preparing themselves. You can actually see the armored elven woman that you've known from before is actually going down and begins to... you hear her shouting commands in common of prepare yourselves, and asking if any of the orcs with spears have a ranged weapon, and it doesn't sound as they begin talking. You can hear these choruses of no. The ones with crossbows, however, are getting up onto the wall.
I'm just gonna keep my eye out and let them know when they enter cannon range. Let the captain know. I'll be scouting. Do I have to fly a little bit farther up, you think, or?
No, you
Okay.
can see them. They are a full mass.
Okay.
And basically everything is just basically you guys, if you guys want to do anything, any other preparations you guys want to make.
I gave Rem 40 bolts, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot I had javelins, so I'm gonna take one of those out instead.
What
Give-
time of day it is it?
It's still it's probably about like 11 a.m.
Give Gil some bolts, and he can have my other light crossbow.
Well, I'll just give him the light crossbow I have.
I need to get rid of this. But go ahead.
So do I. So I'll go over to Gil and give him the light crossbow, and give him 20 bolts.
Like, what the f is this?
All right.
I'm gonna politely decline the crossbow, just kind of like
Take them.
shoving it back towards you and
Take
say, I'm not much of one to know how to use these, let alone use it in the first place.
You have no ability to attack anything at range. I suggest you take it for the time being.
I'm just gonna kind of like hold out my javelin a bit.
How many you got of
but
those?
nothing.
How many of those do you have?
2 as of now.
You really think 2 is going to cut it?
gonna do more than nothing.
I'll tell you what's going to do more than nothing is if you take this crossbow, stop being a whiny bitch about it.
Galen's gonna reluctantly take the crossbow.
All right.
And 20 bolts.
20 bolts.
It's a light crossbow. It does 1d8 piercing damage. Its range is 80 feet.
All right. Rem, as you watch, they begin to approach and get closer and closer, and you can hear the as their drummers mix in, beginning, and as it begins to swell, you can see them getting closer. 500 feet, 400 feet, 300 feet.
I want to take a shot with disadvantage if I
Okay.
can.
Yeah.
Oh god, I've never used one of these a day in my life. Light crossbow with disadvantage? Let's do it. I want to try to shoot down one of these creatures
Okay.
that has the ladder.
All right.
With
so you're aiming at
disadvantage,
the
I
side.
still rolled a dirty 20.
That hits.
How much? 1d8. That's 10 damage.
10 damage. Are you aiming for the creature, the rider? What?
I'm aiming for the creature.
Okay. 10 points of damage?
Yep.
As it slams into the side of the creature, you can see the bolt stick out of it, and it yelps, and the entire column next to it seems to pause for a second. You can hear one yell, and then the entire group begins to yell and begins to charge forward. I would like
How
all
far
of
away
you,
are they?
200 feet. I would like all of you to roll initiative. All right. Do we have anyone 25 to 20?
21.
21.
20.
20. Nice. Oh no, this pen isn't working. Switching to good old faithful pencil. Flora. 20 to 15.
18.
I heard an 18 from...
From both of us.
Oh, both of you have an 18?
Yeah.
Okay, so... I believe April has more decks. I'm not sure.
What's your dex, April?
14.
I have a 16 for dexterity.
Alright, I'll put Zex than April.
16 for Gil.
Okay. Alright, and I guess that leaves Rem.
I told you I got a
Oh
21,
wait,
yeah?
you got a 21. Oh, I'm so sorry. I already had you down, I just screwed up. And thank you, Yum, for the raid while I'm telling all this up. So I believe that's actually everyone. Nice rolls, guys. Wow. Okay. And... Alright, so, top of initiative actually may beat out all of you. So May is going to make 3 disadvantaged shots. Hit. Oh, that was a natural 20, but since it's disadvantage. All right, all 3 hit as you watch as her crossbow arcs out, and as you watch as it slams into several of these hobgoblin forms. Actually, rolling damage real quick, because let's see if she kills one. Yeah. You actually watch as 2 of them fall. As she rolls enough damage to kill 2. Rem, it is technically your turn. As you're watching these things go towards you.
A disadvantage shot at one of the guys riding one of the things.
Okay. Same rider?
I shot his thing last time. Yeah, I'll take a shot at him, I guess.
Okay.
I believe that's only a 12.
12 misses. As you shoot the bolt, but it goes wide and actually sits in the ground about 20 feet away. Anything else you're doing?
How many people are approaching us? Can I get like a decent count?
I'll allow you to make another perception check.
Oh, I know there's people. 10.
10. You can see that there's 3 groups of the hobgoblins, the 4 giants, and the 2 groups of riders, but you don't know exactly how much.
That's my turn.
It is Flora, it's your turn. Are you doing anything?
I'm struggling. Hi.
Well,
Okay.
You have a ranged weapon?
I have javelins.
I don't think they reach 200 feet.
They don't go very far.
Yeah.
No. I'm okay for now.
Okay. Zex.
I'm gonna shoot with my heavy crossbow. What's the distance for them? Is it still like 200?
200 feet is their distance.
I'm gonna disadvantage. Uh, 15.
15 does not hit. As you watch it go wide, and it seems to get lost in the mass of pounding feet coming towards you all. Is there anything else you're doing?
I'm gonna inspire Gilgamesh real quick.
Okay.
That'll be up.
All right. April, speaking of the only person that can shoot without disadvantage, what are you doing?
I guess I'll shoot at a couple guys.
All right, since you have sharpshooter, you technically have a max range of 600 feet. You want to shoot at the rider?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
What? Come on. There we go. Both are 17.
For shooting the rider, that does not hit.
Aw.
You watch as he brings up his shield and it thuds in, slicing through the metal and then getting caught in the hard wood of the shield. He brings it up. You can hear the roars approaching even closer. Is there anything else you're doing?
No.
Gilgamesh, it is your turn. Is there anything you can do or want to do?
I can rage.
If you don't get attacked or make an attack, in your turn, you'll lose it.
Hold on. Let me
I gave you a crossbow. You better use it.
Specifically,
Like,
please, you can use that.
do I know? I just hear big noise right now, don't I?
I mean, you can see them now. They've been pointed out, and you can see the army.
Can I tell roughly how fast they'd be moving?
You can see them cover ground, but they're about average speed.
Like average how? Like would 30 feet?
Like you're faster than them, yeah.
Nah, we'll crack pot shots at them.
Okay.
Are there any riders left? I'm assuming there are.
Yeah, no rider has fallen yet.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just shoot at the one everybody else has been shooting at, I guess.
Okay.
This is a disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
Does an 11 hit?
11
you
does
also
not.
have an inspiration.
11
Come
does not
on.
hit.
I'm gonna save my inspiration when I'm not at disadvantage.
All right.
And then, wait, can I use extra attack on that?
Not with
no,
a crossbow.
Not with a
'cause it has
crossbow.
the reloading.
You spend the extra action reloading the crossbow.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's all I want to do.
Okay. You can see people getting ready. You watch as all of these creatures pull back their longbows and are shooting at all of you. As the force throws out, there will be. Just gonna do some general attacks to see who. Well,
so many dice.
well, what I do with this, we're gonna see how many people die. I can do this rather quickly. Hold on.
Isn't there an actual rolling mechanism for wartime things?
Yes. You watch as the arrows thuds down. I'm going to. Okay. April and Rem, you guys are getting shot at. April. I have to see what their plus is. I have a 14,
Yes.
a 6,
No.
and a 19.
Yeah.
So 2 hits. You take. Other one. As 2 of the arrows manage to clip you, you take 11 points of piercing damage.
Oh.
Rem. 15, 6, and 14.
None of that hits.
As you simply raise your shield, you can feel the thuds of arrows hitting off of it. You watch as men begin to drop. You watch as the more visible and more easily visible soldiers in chain armor begin taking shots. As some of them fall down. And April, as you are hit, the man next to you is hit as well and falls down. That is their turn, and as they move, they actually get into sight of all of you guys, like in the map sense. So,
Yeah.
Oh Lord, he riding.
as they all begin to move forward, as you watch, I don't believe they can do
Hold on.
anything. Oh, they
That
can.
looks wrong.
Yeah. As you can see, the 4 giants scoop up rocks and they can make throws at disadvantage, and they're throwing them at the cannons.
JC, real quick, I have a question.
What's up?
What the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck
My
is
only-
this?
That's my only question.
Why? What did we do to
Uh,
deserve this, man?
That does not hit as you watch
Mitigation
one of the rocks slam harmlessly down. Another one that will hit.
Bro, we haven't killed one single NPC that was good. What did we do to deserve 2 different kinds of giants? Because these boys are not the same.
4, 5, 6, 13, 20. You watch as this cannon is slammed into and holds firm, but is hurting. The other 2 giants are throwing. That's a natural 1. And that's a natural 1, so only one of them hits as the giants move up with them.
Telling me they don't drop the rocks on any of their people down there with natural ones.
Technically, what I do with natural 1s is they would be, if they were doing a melee, you'd get a free reaction against them. That's how I usually do it. It is now the soldiers' turns. As you can see the cannons on your left side, you can hear a fire! And the cannons do not have disadvantage.
Goodbye.
And they're all aiming for one giant. Oh no, that's a 2, an 8, and a 9. Let's see if the giants have really bad AC though, so let's see. Where? Be slow. Yeah. So you watch as they, and I think all of them but one hit as they slam into this one. The actual cannon and blows into the giant's actual form. As you can see, the giant's smoking form, well, injured, very injured, is still moving. 17, 24, 29. Yeah. All right. With that, the soldiers as well. And you watch as the first line of goblins begins to fall over. As crossbow bolts flow over and actually slam into a lot of them. With this being said, May is going to take her 3 shots now. Actually missing all but one as one of the bolts slams in and takes down another hobgoblin. Rem, it is now your turn.
I'm going to use my final 3rd level slot. It is going to be Aura of Vitality. And my turn right now, it can't do anything. But I am going to move, like, a bit this way. I still want to be in range of homie. And, well, I'm going to move here so I can see myself. And the guy next to April, he's going to get, like, a Spare the Dying as my bonus action. So he's stabilized.
Okay.
That's my turn.
All right. Flora, it's your turn now. You can see the chaos that has broken out.
Okay, let me take a peek here. Okay. No one's out there yet, are they?
None of your soldiers are, but there's plenty of people in front of you. Like plenty of enemies on the other side of the wall.
Oh no, I meant like is no one's out there as in like no one from the group.
No.
Looks like suicide. Okay.
Keep that thought in mind when what happens later might happen.
I don't have I'm gonna Stay
Start
put
healing. Start
for a
healing.
second. Who can I heal? Who
The
needs
dude
healing?
right next to you went down. Give him 1 HP and let him fire.
Okay, I'm giving him 1 HP then.
All right, the guy next to you, he pops up, just he begins scrambling for his bow, and is alive currently. If that's your turn, Zex, it is now your turn.
I guess I'm just gonna take a shot at this guy right here.
Okay.
I assume I'm still rolling with disadvantage because he's outside of 100. And I rolled really bad. 8.
It doesn't. You can see it just goes short and just hits the ground, impacts. Anything else you're doing?
I have movement, so. Just gonna move. Well, first, before I move, I'm going to bonus action healing word the guy that's right by Gilgamesh.
Okay.
He's gonna get 9 points of
9.
health.
You watch as he pulls up, his helmet almost slides off, and as he pushes it back on, grabs his crossbow and sets it back up on the wall.
Okay, and I'll move right there.
Okay.
Then I'll end my turn.
All right. April, your turn.
I guess I'll just make 2 random shots at 2 random guys. Sharpshooter.
All right.
Two 5s.
2 5s. I don't believe that gets it, as they bring up their shields. The longbow arrows shatter against it.
Cool.
Anything else?
No.
All right, Gilgamesh. Anything you're doing?
I want to take more pot shots at the one guy that everybody else has been shooting at.
Okay.
Oh, this one might hit. 17.
That does hit.
Eight damage.
8 damage. You watch as the bolt thuds out from the bow, and you're like, it doesn't hit. And then you hear this squeal as it is protruding from the side. As you watch, actually, the rider that people have been firing at and trying to focus on actually does go down.
I killed him?
Yeah, you killed it.
I don't want the bow. It's not gonna do anything. I don't need that.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
Big.
All right. You can see the half-orc with the 2 flails out begins pushing and motioning for the gate to be opened. As you see this happens, the gate opens slightly, and the warriors with spears actually dash outwards next to the wall. The gate
God, they're fucking
slams
they're
closed.
crazy. They're fucking crazy.
The goblins. Just gonna do this because none of them are in this row are dead. Are going to move 30 feet forward. As you watch as they all once again pull arrows or pull bows and fire at the wall. The ones taking damage, or the ones being shot at, the wargs actually get them further. As the other ones are just, you watch as the bodies get crushed underneath the giants moving up. The ones being shot at in the group are Flora and April. You're getting shots again.
Yay.
All right, so Flora, you're first. First ones. There is a 9, a 18, and a 16.
Okay.
Let's see.
What am I supposed to be?
What's your AC? Those are to hit you.
18.
So one of those hits. As you
Okay.
bring up your shield, 2 of them harmlessly bounce off, and then you feel a sting in your gut as one arrow has hit you. You take 8 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
April. We have a 18, a 15, and a 13.
Those hit.
All of those?
Yeah.
Okay. 13 points of piercing damage as all 3 of them, as you pull fly, they skirt past your arms. And then the rest of them as they fire on the soldiers.
Oh, sorry. What was that damage?
13, I believe.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. Is the giants' turns now? As they pick up, and I believe it's still at disadvantage, but I'll check. Yep. Still at disadvantage, but are throwing towards the cannons. That's a miss. That's 2 natural 20s. That's gonna hit.
Is one of these near me?
I mean, I'm trying to see where you actually are.
I am.
Yeah, no, it's
Right.
actually the cannon closest to you that it was throwing at. Because it's
Uh,
the one throwing it back at the cannon that shot him.
I am. Can I use this on inanimate objects?
I'm gonna say no.
Why not?
I mean,
I'm going to get like the actual wording so I can know if it says like an ally.
I'll let you do.
If it says target, I'm gonna
21.
plead my case here.
27. You know, I'll let you know. It does not matter.
If I make it,
It did
if I
enough
make
damage
one-
that even just the normal damage destroys the cannon.
we could try. We could try.
But the
We
cannon,
could try.
you watch as the rock bends the barrel out of way, and you hear a sharp screeching sound. The other 2, that will not hit. And that will not hit, as only the one giant is batting 1,000, I guess. As that cannon is now out of commission.
I have the official thing.
Hmm.
It has to be a creature. It has to be alive.
Okay, so yeah, wouldn't have worked, but it killed it anyway. As you watch as the soldiers fire back the volleys under Goran's instructions, and you watch as another set of hobgoblins fall. All right. The cannons are going to fire now. As the cannons not roll with disadvantage, or just straight rolls. So, as these 2 fire on the one closest to it. Natural 20 and a 17. Okay.
Imagine dying.
You could stop that. No, actually, you're not close enough to the giant, but I thought it was a funny joke.
What if no? It's just like
10,
April shoots me in the back of the head.
15, 20, 40 points of damage. As that one slams into this giant. As it hits, the giant begins to arc backwards, and then as the other cannon slams into its form as well. 12, 15, 16, 17 points of damage. As it once again takes the large shot, and then keeps going. As you hear the other two cannons on your side, Zex, April, Gilgamesh, you can hear the soldiers shouting and reloading them. May's taking her 3 shots. I really just wanted to get a natural 20. Nope. She actually gets a natural 1. You see as her bolt just hits, slices in her hand. You can see just thin blood going down the side of her arm, and she doesn't even notice. The other 2 hit, though, and I believe she'll do enough damage to kill 1. Let's see if she does enough damage to kill 2. She does enough damage to kill 1, as one of them falls. Ramit, is now your turn.
Okay. Still keeping my eye on Bitch Man over here. You know what it is.
He has not shifted.
I actually want to focus on people that have bows for this. So, out of the 3 within range of me, who has a bow?
All of them, actually, of the 3 within range, all of them have crossbows.
Okay. So, this man right here, he's going to get that bonus action, Spare the Dying.
Okay.
This man right here is going to get my healing with Aura of Vitality. Since he's in the process of dying, it is max healing, so he's up with 12 HP.
All right.
I'm going to take the rest of my movement. I moved 20. Still keeping my eye on Mr. Man here. I'm going to make my way to right here.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to keep this line of line and hope that Flora deals with the other side. And by the looks of it, she's trying.
Speaking of that, Flora, it is your turn.
Fantastic. Okay. Are these what exactly can I do? I don't have a long range. I would have to get out there, but if I get out there, it's certain death.
You can get out there with the soldiers if you want to. Or you do have javelins, technically.
I do technically have javelins, but my javelins can only travel... Oh, at advantage 30 feet, disadvantage 120. So let me move...
at disadvantage.
Let me move there.
Okay.
And then... I'm gonna... Well... Okay. I'm gonna hit that guy with a javelin, the one directly in front of me.
Okay. Roll disadvantage.
Hey. Am I rolling at disadvantage? It was only 90.
Oh, you are? Oh, yeah, you're fine then. Just straight roll.
Okay. And it was 1d8.
Well,
I have to roll 20
the
first.
d20 to hit. There's roll to hit and then there's roll damage.
20, natural 20.
Natural, yeah, that will hit. So roll the dice and double the dice.
Shoot.
And then add your strength to it.
I lost my d8. No, I didn't. Okay. So I'm rolling it and I'm doubling it?
Yeah, because you rolled a natural 20.
Okay, so 10.
Okay.
Plus 2, 12.
You watch as it this thick javelin hits it. You can hear a screech as it falls over.
Is it dead?
It is dead.
Cool. I'll hit the one. And do I have another turn?
You have an extra attack. If you have another javelin, you can throw it.
I do. I have 3 more. I'll throw another javelin to the one directly to his right.
Okay.
D20, I rolled a 19.
That will hit. Roll damage.
8.
8
So
points
10.
of damage. You
10
watch as
damage.
it slams into him, and he barely is alive, but he's still moving.
But isn't it 10 points because I add the +2?
Yeah. 10 points of
Yeah,
damage?
okay. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Then he's still alive.
Awesome, okay. That's my turn then.
Zach, it is now your turn.
Dope. Making a plan of attack here. I guess to get down off the top of this wall on the other side, it'd use up half my movement, right?
If you're going to the other side?
If yeah, like if I'm going on the side where the enemies are.
You'd go the 15 feet, and then I'd have you make an athletics check to see if you lost any additional. Because you're jumping off the wall.
Right.
Athletics check.
I rolled a 16.
16, you're fine. As you hit the ground and thud, you roll a little bit, managing to keep your swords with you.
Yep. How much movement did that take? 15?
Yeah, it's just 15.
Okay. Dude, I want to shatter on that guy.
All right.
Yes.
How many will you hit?
Basically everyone in this cube.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of them. Okay.
And I'm
I was
rolling
expecting
that
this.
in
I
a
have all of my dice.
third level slot.
Okay. Roll your damage. 3.
I'm pulling up my calculator real quick. That's 19 damage for those that failed, and 9 damage for those that succeeded.
All right. The ones that failed, half of them failed. All of them, you watch as you can hear the sound of armor crunching as helmets are being popped open, blood leaking out. The other ones, 9 points of damage for the other ones. It was 19 total.
Yep.
Okay. As the other 4, the other half, are still alive, but barely.
Yep.
All right. That your turn?
Give me a sec. Yeah, that'll be my turn.
All right. April, it is your turn.
So, can I transfer my hunter's mark from our friend
Oh,
to...
that's right, because you still have it on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they're within 90. Which I
We'll
believe they
put
are.
this guy right here.
All right. You cast your hunter's mark.
All right, 2 shots on that guy. See what I can do. Oh my god. A natural 1 and a 5.
Okay, as you pull back it, the arrow actually shatters in your hands as it blinds you for a second, and the other arrow goes high.
This has been a bad day.
Both of those arrows, you don't think you're coming back.
Yeah, probably not.
That your turn then.
Mm-hmm.
Gilgamesh, it is your turn as you watch Zex jump off the wall and begin casting spells.
Well, seeing as I do not have the same luxury as such, is this... aha! I'm gonna shoot this guy without disadvantage.
All right. The guy or the monster that he's riding?
Can I tell what the monster is?
You yourself make a nature check real quick.
He's riding something. I got a 3.
Yeah, it's something. It's dog, wolf-like. But
Yeah, you know,
the name doesn't come to you.
He's riding something. I'll shoot the rider.
Air.
All right.
Jesus Christ. My death is big enough for this. Why? Okay. 15.
15 does not hit as he pulls up the shield and
Yeah, that's all.
Okay. As you're reloading the crossbow, the half-orc is actually going to jump off the wall, and he is going to make his athletics check. That's a natural 20. As he moves forward with his men, begins spinning his flails around. Is all of these guys' turns as you watch as the creatures now that they're so close begin breaking away. As you watch as these two actually run their movement up to you, Zex.
Great.
These things are going to try to bite you, and the hobgoblins on top of them are going to try and hit you with their longsword. So, first, the 2 bite attacks. That's a natural 2 and a natural 1. If you'd want to take a reaction to hit one with a scimitar, you can.
Oh, I would love to.
Okay.
I rolled a nat 20. Let's go.
That hits. Roll damage. Roll the dice, double it, and add your modifier.
Nine damage.
9 damage. You watch as the scimitar cleaves across the creature's form and is fine. Someone just stole our music. As it takes the hit and rears back, but you managed to dodge the other bite. Their 2 are going to try and attack you with longswords now. That is a... what happened to it? A 14 and a 13.
Neither of those hit.
Neither of those hit. As they spin, you manage to dodge and duck out of the way, being fine. As the rest of them begin to... I'm going to just do this so the actual guys have something to do. You guys won't hear the music, but until we get the music bot back, they'll have something. I think Helmini is working on getting the music back. Thank you. As they go out, you can watch as the other goblins across the hobgoblins begin moving forward. And they will begin firing at the actual men on the wall. Let's see who gets attacked. Gilgamesh and Rem. And thank you for getting it back. Sorry that you're taking these attacks. Gilgamesh, you're up first.
Oh, good.
Natural 1, that one won't hit. A 11 A 21 and a 20.
21 and 20 both hit.
It is dirty, so it's not doubled. 4, 6, 10 points of piercing damage as the arrows sink into you.
So, never mind. I can ask you on my turn. You're good.
Okay. Rem, these 4 are for you. 12, 18, 22, and a natural 20.
But what if no?
So I believe
Only two of those hit.
2 of those hit, and the natural 20 isn't a natural 20?
Nope.
Okay, because you change it. You take 10 points of piercing damage as well. As you bring up, deflect 2 of them, and then 2 of them hit your form and sink into your body.
Alright.
Guys are also moving up. All right. And now that that's going, it is the soldier's turn as the 2 cannons are firing at the one that's been taking out stuff, the only one that's managed to hit so far. Both of those hit with a natural 15 and a natural 18. Yeah. As one goes forward, 9, 13, 20 points of damage as it slams into this one's form. It slams into it, doing the 20 points of damage. As it goes back again, another cannonball comes forward. 8, 17, 21, slamming into it again. As you can see, the beginning of the chest is peeling back, and you can see where the impacts of the cannonballs actually shattered against the chest, as they are angry. And that is their turn. The other 2 next to you, Floor, you can hear them reload. And the soldiers are firing. Oh, nice. As you watch the back columns begin to fade out.
Okay.
Now it is May's turn, as I'm going to see if she can get a natural 20. If not, she'll probably kill something, as she shoots 3 times. Natural 20. Yes, thank God. I really wanted to show this off. First, the other 2, as she's starting to switch and focus on a giant, as she's thum, thum, sinking into its form and doing 10, 12, 13, 14, 18 points of damage as you watch it sink into its form. You can hear Flora, as you're right next to her, you can hear this as the arrow that is shot from it ignites, and you can see what seems like a jet of flame shoots out of the crossbow as well. As that is a natural 20 on that thing's attack. And this one does 10, 38, 47, 59, 61 points of damage as it shoots outwards, blasts into the giant's form, and you see it rock back onto its back, dropping the axe for a second before scooping and picking up a rock, blindly looking for the axe as it is almost dead. That could not have worked out better. That is May's turn. Rem, it is now your turn.
2 more hits, doesn't she?
No, I already rolled the damage for the other ones. She got
my
like
turn?
16 damage on the other thing, and then the 62 damage on the last one.
Okay, so I'm not going to be able to save everyone on this side. So, how far away is Mr. Man? I'm going to move over just a little bit. He can have some spare the dying. This man right here.
Okay.
This is the one that's like heavily injured, right?
That's the one that's heavily injured on your side. The one way across is the one that May just almost killed.
This dude's untouched, isn't he?
Yes. 2 of them are untouched, and the other 2 are the ones that have been focused fire on from the cannons.
I'm gonna move in a little bit, and I'm gonna need Homie here to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, the one that's not hit?
The one that's on hit, yes.
Okay, wisdom save. That's a 13.
Wonder if they can even hear my tiny voice in all this slaughter. But if they can, they'd hear me yelling the words that they've all come to know and love. Grovel is on that man's turn. He's going to lay on the ground, not move.
All right. I'll keep
That's
that in
all I
mind.
got. This dude though, probably fucking dead.
Let's see how many turns ago he died. Enough. Yeah, he's dead.
I had to save him this turn or it was over.
Okay. Flora, it's now your turn.
Okay. I have. Okay. I'm going to first. Can I hop down and join these folks?
Mm-hmm.
Down here. Okay, awesome.
As you are able to jump naturally, I'm not gonna have you roll an athletics check.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna shoot a javelin at the dude directly in front of me.
Okay.
I rolled a 14.
14. As you throw the javelin, he pulls up his shield and it deflects off harmlessly.
Okay. I'm gonna throw another one. My last one.
Okay.
I rolled a 17.
17. Does that hit? No, now that they have their shields out, it doesn't hit. Just barely misses. Once again. And that is your last javelin.
That is my last javelin.
Zex, it is now your turn. As you are face to face with these riders, the beasts snarling and snapping at you as they've pulled out swords and shields and are trying to kill you. What are you doing?
All right. So I'm gonna make 3 attacks. The first 2 are going to be going against the 2 mounts, and then the last one is going to be on this guy.
Okay.
So I rolled a nat 20 for the first one, a 2 for the second one, and
roll the nat 20
18.
damage first.
Okay. And I'm doing that one with a defensive flourish as well.
Okay, so the 2 hit. The one on the natural 20, of course, hits, and then the 18 I heard does hit the rider.
Okay.
Let's roll that natural 20 damage.
It's 13, and then I get the D8 on that one as well for the defensive flourish, so that's another 4.
So how much?
17.
17 is the exact health of the creature. As you slice around the 2 blades, one of them gets caught in its jaws and does nothing, but the other slams directly into the head, bringing it down. As the rider begins to dismount, you throw the last blade one more time, and he catches it on his own, and then it bites down into his collarbone as you rolled an 18. Roll damage on that one.
5.
5 points of damage. As it bites into his collar, you can see the hobgoblin blood just streaming down the side as he snarls at you. He's not dead yet.
All right. I'll end my turn.
April, your turn.
Alright, 2 more shots at the dude.
The
guy Hunter's marked.
Hunter's mark did?
Yeah. 5.
5 does not hit.
The first one and 17 for the second.
17 just barely misses now that they've pulled out their shields.
Okay.
As he pulls it up, you can see it sink into the soft metal of the shield and catch. Anything else you're doing?
No.
All right, Gilgamesh, it is now your turn.
So if I succeed on an athletics check on getting down...
You don't lose any movement, and you don't take any damage.
Right. But if I fail, I take half movement?
You, I'm going to put it as you lose the 10 feet of movement, and you're taking a d6 of damage.
10 feet, okay.
Either way, you can get to them.
Yeah, like I can get to him anyway, it's just... Yeah, I'll roll the... Is it...
Athletics check.
Or acrobatics? Or just athletics?
Athletics.
I'm fine with that. Yeah, I'll take the athletics down and see if I can make it.
All right. As you vault over the wall, make an athletics check.
11?
11. As you hit the ground, you skid in some of the soft snow and land on your side. You take 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
How many?
4.
4.
And you lose 10 feet, but you can still get over to the other group.
Yeah, I'll still make it over. I think it was right there. Okay.
Yeah, so technically you're using 35 instead of 25, but I don't think it matters to you.
No, I have 40 anyway.
Yeah, I think you're fine.
I guess I should have raged before, but we are going to rage right now.
Okay.
And then using my great axe, we're going to take a swing. Can I even take a swing at this guy?
Yeah, that's the rider. He's just technically on the thing.
Okay. So yeah, I'll take a swing at the rider then.
Okay.
$16 to hit.
16 does not hit as his shield comes out and the great axe slams into the side and skids off.
Extra attack?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, baby. God damn it. That's a base 19. I'm assuming that hits.
That will hit. Roll damage. As you swing the great axe out the first time, it skids off his shield, but you use the momentum to come back around and it bites him in the back.
12 damage.
12 damage. As it slams, you can hear the as it cuts through his actual spine. As he sits on the axe for a second, you throw him and he lands a couple feet away, dead. There is now a rider without an animal and an animal without a rider.
And real quick, did the animal seem like aggressive at all? Like, is this animal maybe gonna attack me? Or...
Absolutely. They were biting at Zex.
Oh, good. I'm so glad. Yeah, I've used everything. That's my turn.
All right. With this now, you can see the half-orc leader Floor in front of you begins to say his men to set up a line, and he's looking around. I need someone to help me with the giants! As he's moving forward, the men begin to actually fan out. You can see them putting their shields up as one line begins to move backwards. You can see them set out. The man actually slightly switching out and then throwing a hatchet out as it skids on the ground, not hitting anything. Just kind of grimaces, pulls out his flails, and begins slowly swinging them, getting them ready. So it's their turn. You watch now as the entire group now begins to move. Pulling out swords and shields, the combat has begun. As the giants move closer with the actual groups.
No,
Scared.
not this one.
Oh, yeah, that
Not
one's...
this one.
No, this one is the one that you... Oh, yeah, no.
The one that was uninjured is the one that was groveled.
This one lies down. Right?
Yep. Downward dog.
Real
Thank
quick,
you for reminding me. What's up?
Is it... How big is this man's wingspan? Is it 25 feet? Can he reach 25 feet?
You're not sure. You've never fought a giant right now.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, luckily for you, the giants are still a little focused on the cannons. They do not have disadvantage anymore, as the one right there is throwing directly into the cannon that's aiming at him. It does not hit for once as it cracks into the side of the wall. The other one picks up the rock, hurls it. That one will hit the cannon as it slams into it. This one doing 12, 16, 17, 24 points of damage. As you could hear the scraping of metal. The last one's throwing, and that's a natural 3. It's not going to hit as it harmlessly lands into the wall. You can watch the fight begin to happen as the attacks go out, and they begin trading now in battle. As some on the line begin to fall. And with that, it is now the soldiers' turns as you watch two of the cannons. One seeing May get in the shot and actually having the advantage in this situation. Fires. Natural 20. As you watch the giant look over and then this mighty thud and crunch. As you can see the head pulled all the way back, the throat and neck completely being ripped as the head's only holding on through skin. The massive form of the giant falling to the ground. The other one aims at the other giant. That hits. As it booms outwards, 21 points of damage as it slams into the giant closest to the hobgoblin mass. Soldiers as well. As you can see, goblins along the line begin falling. All right, back up to top. May's taking her 3 shots. The other giant, 2
Wait,
natural
these guys aren't
ones and 1
attacking?
hit. Oh man,
The
having a rough-
guys on me and Gilgamesh aren't attacking?
Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me. Sorry, I appreciate the good play. As one of the things hit the giant, and to go back, the rider is attacking Uzex, as he has his longsword out and throws against you. That is a 7. That's awful. And
Okay.
the creatures throwing at you, Gilgamesh. Ooh, that's even worse. That is... Oh, wait, no, it isn't. That's a 13.
It still misses.
All right, as both of them lash out and miss. You guys are fine. And thank you again, Zex, and James in general, for telling me. I appreciate it. Seems that the dice agreed with me and allowed you to get by without any damage. Rem, it is now your turn.
Okay, so I'm gonna move my full 50 feet. So I believe I can get to here, right here, like above the man by the cannon.
Okay.
Oh, where? I'm gonna put myself here for the sake of. I'm gonna put myself here for the sake of argument, or here, wherever I can. Yeah, here's fine. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, God.
yeah, absolutely.
Homie, right here, have some spare the dying, but I think you're dead as shit. But we'll never know.
Yeah, that guy's dead.
And you, full Heelys, 12.
Yep.
How many turns has it been since we started?
It's been like 4 or 5.
I'm at about half of I only have like a little bit more of this. I wasn't making my fucking Constitution saving throws when I got hit. I only got hit one time.
So
I'm gonna make it right now.
just to see. Thank you again.
15. So I think that might be good enough.
You're fine.
Just to make sure that we're all on the same page here. I've only been hit one time,
Mhm.
and he's back up. And then that's my turn.
All right, Flora, it is now your turn. As you see the line of half-orc orcs go against Hobgoblin, your flail and shield out as you're out of javelins.
Great, we're moving up 1, and I'm going to flail this man in front of me.
So that guy's a teammate, just to let you know. It's the other.
I'm not gonna flail that man in front of me. I'm going to flail... Oh, he is a teammate. Can I move here and go? I don't want to do that. I can't hit him over, huh?
No, this one is dead. So if you want to step on over that body and run, he's technically not occupying that space.
Okay, I'll hit the one to my right.
Okay.
I rolled an 18.
That will hit.
Okay, and I rolled a 6. But can I use Divine Smite?
You can.
Okay, I want to use Divine Smite.
All right, if you're using it in a first level slot, that's 2 extra d8s of damage.
Okay. Okay, so 22.
22. As you slam into it, you can see his eyes kind of shake and confusing, and then the as his head explodes with the divine energy as you scatter him across the battlefield.
Okay, how many times can I use Divine Smite?
As long as you have spell slots. So every time you use Divine Smite, you use
I understand.
one of those spell slots.
Yep.
Yep, and you have 4 level 1, 2 level 2s.
Okay, I'm going to hit the man to my now left.
All right.
Rolling a d20, I rolled a 19.
That will hit.
Great, I rolled an 8, and I'm also going to add Divine Smite, so 23.
You watch
No,
as
25.
once again you the flail around as it hits, connects, the slight dizziness, and as this one bursts as well. Is that your turn?
Yep.
All right. Nice. Zex, it is now your turn.
Great. I'm going to attack this rider again. Or no, I'm not. I know what I'm doing. I had a plan and then I forgot what I was doing. I know what I'm doing now, though. From the giant technically within 10 feet of that guy.
Yes, he is.
Good. So I'm going to cast Shatter right here.
Okay.
And so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 con saves.
Okay.
And that's just a normal one this time.
What's your DC?
I have it written down. Pretty sure it's
16.
like 15 or 16.
All right, so far all of them have failed, and it's the Frost Giant's turn. Frost Giant gets a 14, so it's a failure. All of them fail.
Dope. Okay, that's 18 damage on all of them, man.
All right, as you watch, as every single one in the range just pop, you can hear the familiar crunch sound. I just need to move them back, otherwise they wouldn't interact, is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
And then the giant... How much damage was it again? 18?
18.
Okay. As it takes this... and then you can hear a... and then looks over at you.
That's not good.
We'll see if he gets distracted.
And then bonus action, I'm gonna attack the rider with
Okay.
my scimitar. 17.
17 does not hit as the shield comes up once again. Pushes it out of the way.
Yep. That's it.
Okay. April, it is now your turn.
Alright. 2 more shots on that guy.
Okay.
That I hunter's marked.
Yep.
Okay. That. Well, the first one is a 4, and the second one is a 22.
22 hits.
Alright. Uh, 16.
You watch as the arrow slams right between the breastplate and helmet, and he just falls over, dead on the ground.
Yay.
All right. That your turn?
Here's my bonus action to transfer Hunter's Mark.
Mm-hmm.
To this gray giant.
All right. As you move your hunter's mark over to that large form, as you see it begin to focus in and hone on it. Gilgamesh, it is now your turn.
I want to attack the weird, whatever beastie thing this is.
All right.
What? Okay, if I wanted to roll, I'm assuming a nature check to. Actually, no, it doesn't matter what this is. It's gonna be dead anyway. Don't know where that went. Well, it's gone now. Give me half a sec. Okay. That's definitely missing. 9.
9, yeah. Misses as it goes wide, as it snarls at you.
There's the extra attack. We're gonna hit it again.
Okay.
That's a dirty 20.
That will hit. Roll damage. As it backs out of the way of the first one, and once again you bring overhand strike down on the form.
17.
17, you hear a sharp shriek brought from the creature as you cleave through fur and muscle. The thing's looking rough.
So can I make an inference? Or, oh wait, no, I probably just.
You already made a nature check on it, by the way. You don't know what
Wait.
it is.
Yeah. If I were to walk up on one of these giants, it'd probably just stomp the fuck out of me, wouldn't it?
You can see they're holding nasty, large-looking great axes. Probably like 15, 20-foot tall great axes. Currently, the one next to you doesn't even seem to be noticing that you're fighting the monsters. They're more focused on the cannons.
Are you not going to attack the rider?
No, the rider's already dead.
Oh, that's right. My bad.
You're good.
Is there anything else you're doing?
We're gonna play it. Can I make a stealth check? If I wanted to walk like down under here, can I make a stealth check for him to like extra not notice me?
In walking underneath him, by the way, you'd be getting attacked by the ride and the rider because you have to go past them. Just to let you know.
Wait, what? I killed him.
There's the rider by Zex and the actual creature. The creature is not dead.
I thought I killed the creature. Okay.
No,
never
I
mind.
said it's
I'm not
looking
going
rough.
anywhere.
You're still in combat with it.
Damn.
All right.
Yeah, that's all.
All right. The half orc is going to the half orc leader is going to make 2 attacks with a 21 and a 24. Those both hit. As you watch as he carves through the one in front of him and actually steps forward and carves through another, as those were both a lot of damage. As he's actually moved further into the actual forms and mess of hobgoblins. The other guys, as they are making their attacks, you watch as it's actually going disturbingly well as the front row of hobgoblins is completely killed. I'm actually gonna see if they can kill the rider. Yeah, and as you watch, the monster on Flora's right is actually stabbed and brought to the ground. The creature itself is still alive. And then the cannons turns as the two are firing at the one that's been causing the trouble on the left side. As the 2 shots ring out, natural 19. Yeah, both of those hit. The cannons are doing real well. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 points of damage with the first shot. And then second shot as it rams into it, 17, 27, 33 points of damage as the giant becomes rocked with cannon fire. It's now the hobgoblins' turns as you see them move forward onto the standing over their dead comrades and begin attempting to cleave through as much as they can. Flora, you are currently in combat with 2 of them are going to make attacks on you.
Okay.
Natural 20 and 22. Jesus.
Great.
That one, the natural... oh my god. This is a lot of damage for them. I'm sorry, that sounds really bad.
Am I gonna die? Is that what you're telling me right now?
8, 9, 10, 11, 12... 13 points of slashing damage as it cleaves and rakes across your form, and the other one does 9 points of slashing damage.
How much points of damage is that?
22.
Okay.
The other ones, as they try to move through the half-orc forms, you watch as more along the line fall.
Do I get a hit back, or am I just being attacked?
You're just being attacked. On your turn, you can
Okay.
hit back.
Great.
And then Gilgamesh and Zex, you're getting a shot. Gilgamesh from the actual creature.
Mm-hmm.
That is a 19.
That hits.
All right. As it bites out, it actually latches onto your left arm, and as you shake it off, the jaws actually rake across your arm. You take 10 points of piercing damage. I need you to make a strength saving throw.
You said strength saving throw?
Strength saving throw.
Ooh, 22.
22. Yeah, you're fine. As it tries to push you to the ground, you're okay. Zex, as the rider moves forward and attacks, that's an 18.
That hits.
All right. So they are adjacent. That is 9. 16 points of slashing damage as he stabs down into you as it rakes across your form.
He's spirit shield. He's not. No.
Okay. Zex, as this pain is coursing through you, you feel this soft wash come over you, and you can see almost this dragonborn form blocking some of the blow. How much does he reduce it by?
10.
10. So, yeah. So you only take 6 points of damage. All right. With that being their turn, the giants are going to throw. This one's actually going to move up now that it's no longer commanded. Throwing rocks. Both of those hit. But this one's the fresh cannon, so we'll see if it lives. 7, 14, 17, 23 points of damage. The other one, 8, 15, 20, 24, 30 points of damage. As the two rocks slam into the cannon's side. It looks really bad, but it's still there. The other one, as it throws, misses the cannon as it goes high over the walls. You can hear the as it hits somewhere else. Yep. Now it's the cannon's turn. As the ones on Flora's side fire at the one that you have hunters marked, actually. April. So we have a natural 18 and a natural 2. Guess which one's going to hit? 12, 13, 14, 15 points of damage as the cannonball streaks across and slams into the giant's torso. As their turn, the soldiers attack. And May's turn. As I have all of these actions to do on this one, but nothing good. As May begins refocusing her efforts on the hobgoblins and takes out 2 of them. With that being said, Rem, it is now your turn.
Okie doke. I'm going to use my bonus action to get this boy up right here.
Okay.
I'm going to need this guy here to give me a wisdom
Are you
saving
getting him
throw.
up or are you sparing him?
He's up. My so the way I've been doing it is my Aura Vitality is a bonus action, and I've been using Spare the Dying as an action.
Okay.
And I've just kind of been
So
doing
you
that
pick
back and
that guy
forth.
up. Gotcha.
Yep. So he's up.
That
And then I'm
giant?
going to need to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. 11.
That's a failure. He's going to grovel on his turn.
Okay. I'll mark that. And anything else you're doing?
That's all I've got.
All right.
I can move, but not a lot of good that's gonna do. I guess I will move right over here next to April.
Okay. Flora, it is now your turn. What are you doing? Jazz, you are still muted.
I did not hear anybody call my name. Okay, great. Okay, awesome. I'm gonna move here. I'm gonna hit both of these dudes.
Okay.
I rolled a 17.
17 just misses. As you throw forward your flail and it strikes off the shield harmlessly.
Okay, well, I'm gonna hit him again.
Okay.
19.
19 hits. Roll damage.
8, and I'm gonna be using Divine Smite again.
All right. As it cracks into his head and then
17.
17
Well,
as you
19 points of
obliterate
damage.
him. Yeah.
Great.
All right. Anything else you're doing?
Is that all I can do?
If there's a bonus action you have, you could do it, but I don't know.
Where would I find a bonus action? What?
I don't think you have anything right now.
Okay, then yeah, that's my turn.
All right. Then we go on to Zex. It is your turn. As you are still in combat with the hobgoblin.
I'm planning on making 3 attacks, but I want to do them one at a
You can roll
time.
and see if you kill them, yeah. That's a thing you
Well, I
guys can
wanna-
do.
Yeah. So first attack, and I am using Defensive Flourish for this one.
Okay.
That's a 18 to hit.
That will hit. Roll damage.
Damage will be 13.
13. As you slam down, he actually goes limp, and you watch as he falls to the ground as you pull the scimitar out of him.
Okay, next attack. The dog is within 5 feet, or not dog, but the mount is within 5 feet of me, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to make my second attack on that.
Okay.
I rolled a 15.
That does hit. Roll damage.
Damage will be 5.
5. It slices through, tearing through fur, and it's looking real bad, but it's still alive.
Okay, and then my third attack. 14.
14 hits.
4 damage.
4 damage is exactly what it had. That's exactly the amount of health. As you carve through it, Gilgamesh, as you're getting ready to strike at it, it falls to Zex's scimitar. Anything else?
Right. I don't think there's anything else I can do, so no.
All
I could
right.
move, I guess, but...
Okay, April. It is now your turn.
I'm gonna make 2 shots on the giant that I marked.
Okay.
It's not looking good. The first one is an 11.
That does not hit as you watch as it sinks in but does no damage.
The second one is a 15.
That just hits. Roll damage.
Ooh. 16.
16 points of damage. As you loose the second arrow, it sinks in. You can hear a slow grumble come from the giant. Anything else you're doing?
That'll be it.
Okay.
Nope.
Gilgamesh, it is now your turn.
So, the mount is dead and the rider is dead, yeah?
All of them are dead, yeah.
They're all dead. And big giant boys are still very distracted. by
Focused on
cannons.
the cannons, yeah.
Which one out of the two look more injured?
The one on your right looks a lot worse for wear.
Can I make my way over under? Well, so how big is he? How big is the one on the right?
They
I guess they're
are
both the same.
about, yeah, they're about like 15, 20 feet.
Okay. So
Like,
yeah,
they're
I want to go over the right
huge.
one, but I want to make a stealth check while going over there so he doesn't completely notice me, if that's possible.
Okay.
Right. Stealth. Okay. Dirty 20.
All right. As you're just kind of moving underneath the giant.
Does he seem to notice me?
As far as you know, not really.
Okay, well, he's gonna notice me now. I want to chop at his right kneecap
Okay.
specifically.
Roll to hit.
12.
12 does not. As your axe slams into the leg, but it just, as it skirts off, nothing. There's not even a scratch on the skin.
I want to try again.
All right.
Oh, that's a 17.
17 hits. Roll damage.
I believe it's slashing damage, yeah.
Okay. 13 points of slashing damage. As you carve into pieces of muscle and bone, you can hear a as he looks down and sees you, and his eyes start to fill with burning hatred.
Big boy mad, is this what I'm hearing?
Big boy mad.
He upset? Oh, I think that's it.
Is that it?
Let me just double check. I mean, yeah, that's it.
All right. Is now the half-orc captain's turn. As you watch as he moves around the line, he's actually taking an opportunity attack to do this. That misses, though, as you see as he pats it off in the with the flail. And you watch as the flail on his right hand lights up a vibrant red. And you watch as molten chains burst from the actual flail, wrapping around the giant. The target needs to make a saving throw. I don't know how a giant fails a strength saving throw. But it did. This giant, you watch as these molten fire chains wrap around its form, doing 5 points of fire damage. And that giant is now restrained. And it cannot move. And it cannot make any attacks. Yeah. As you see these molten chains flow out from the right flail of this orc chief. It is now the giant's turn. That giant is going to try to succeed as it gets a natural 20. As you watch as the chains, as they burn one more time.
Incorrect.
Oh, wait, no, that one's supposed to grovel. Thank you.
Yep.
As that one actually lies down, can't do anything else, and takes 10 points of fire damage from the chains. The other two are going to, one of them, the one that Gilgamesh angered, is going to attack him. The other one's throwing a rock. First, we'll do the rock, as it misses. And then the one, as it's looking down at you, Gilgamesh, you're like, oh! As it brings down this massive great axe and is going to make 2 great axe attacks against you.
Let's see it.
That is a 20 and a 21.
Yeah, it's both hit easily.
As the great axe slams into you, the air is driven from you as you take 13, 24.
Wait, hold on. I mean, there's no way he can kill me. Like, unless... No, there's no way.
He still has one more attack home, and you're outside of my 30-foot range, so...
No, both of those hit.
Yeah, it was
Oh,
2
yeah.
attacks already.
Well, good luck. Have fun
No,
dying.
there's like almost no human.
44 damage is
What
total.
kind of damage is it?
It's bludgeoning or slashing, so you do half it.
I do, and I also want Guardian to help me a bit.
You already used your reaction. No, you just went again, so
No.
you still have a new reaction. Yep.
Yep.
As it slams into you, the spiritual ancestor comes out forward and saves you from some of the damage.
So wait, it's half and then take it off, right?
No, it's take it off and then half.
Okay. So you said how much? 44?
44.
I rolled a 6 total, so that's 38. God damn, why does he deal so much damage?
Almost like he's a giant or something.
Bro, I don't know. It's kind of
So
weird. We
in
need to
total,
figure
you
it
take
out.
19 points of damage.
Yeah.
It slams into you and the breath is knocked out of your lungs. Guys, watch as the dwindling goblin forces are still attacking. As more of the half-orcs fall.
What are they falling from?
There are still plenty left in the front line. It's just getting mixed up in the bodies. They are getting less. Less are dying, but there's still some dying. And then the soldiers take a turn. The cannons that are ready are actually the 2 on Gilgamesh's side. So, first shot going for the one that Gilgamesh is attacking. That misses. Second one also misses. You watch the cannons go past the giant's form. The soldiers, however, believe they might actually clear up the goblins this time. Yeah, as you're watching the lines of hobgoblins. The hobgoblins are mostly gone. However, the actual giants are still there and still remain a problem. As Flora, you watch as a spear kind of darts off over your shoulder, spearing the hobgoblins next to you. There's still the actual monster, like the riding mount next to you, but that last roll killed the rest of the hobgoblins. Yeah. With that being said, May is going to take her shots. All 3 of those hit. As she is going for the fresh one, just to keep things good. 11, 16, 20, 24, 28 points of damage. As she's these common ones. Rem, it is now your turn.
I'm going to first get into the right tool. Then ease my way over here. I believe that's within my 50 feet that I'm allowed. Easy. Gil, have some healies. This is my bonus action. Gil's having some healies.
Okay.
Please.
6 healies. And my final spell slot. I'm going to cast Command in a 2nd level slot. Both these giants have to give me wisdom saves.
Which two?
This one
Okay.
and this one.
Okay. First one, the one that Gil's fighting. 11. Second one, 6. Both of them fail.
They're both groveling on their turn.
All right. Both of them. Gil, as you see, they begin to shift and start to go
Attack, I
down.
hear?
Not yet, but you will be
Gonna
able to.
land on him?
They're not going to land on.
Does this technically mean they are prone?
Not yet.
On their turn,
On
they
their
will lay
turn.
down and be prone.
On their turn. Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Flora, speaking of turns, it is now your turn. The hobgoblins around you are dead. The only thing you can
Okay.
see to your right is there's a creature snarling and snapping at the orcs that are next to you.
I'm gonna let them handle the creature. What about... Are these 3 still alive?
Nope, all of those are dead.
No. These things.
These ones?
No.
The homies?
Yeah, the big ones.
So the giant right in front of you is dead.
I see
Uh,
that.
The one right here
Mhm.
is currently prone, still alive. So if you were able to get up to it and attack it, you'd have advantage on your attacks. And the other 2 are still alive as well.
Okay. Great. I'm going to bust his Nico kneecaps.
All
with
right.
Divine Smite. Oh, I was looking at my sheet. What is Bane?
So Bane, they'll have to make a charisma saving throw. And if they fail, every time they attack or make a saving throw, I roll a d4 and subtract it from that.
Does that take a turn as well?
That does.
Okay, so let me bust his kneecaps, and if he's still alive, then I'll use Bane. I rolled a
You bust his
19.
kneecaps, you can't use Bane.
19 hits.
Okay, I rolled a 7, but I'm gonna be using Divine.
Okay.
24.
24 as you hit and boom, you can see parts of the muscle bulge and move away, and it's still alive. Not by a lot though.
You said I can't use Bane?
Not
How many
now.
I shouldn't use Bane.
You cannot physically use Bane.
Not,
Okay.
Not this turn because you already attacked,
Okay.
but you can take another attack.
Yeah, I'll just use a regular flail attack then.
Okay.
I rolled a 18
18 hits.
and 10.
10 points of damage.
No, sorry, 9.
9 points of damage. As you crack into it, you can feel the bones breaking and beginning to give away, but he's still hanging on.
Oh, sad.
All right. So, Zex, it is now your turn.
Alright. Which giant looks the worst?
The one over Gilgamesh and the one that Flora is over look pretty similarly messed up.
Hey, the one that's over Gilgamesh needs to give me a wisdom saving throw. I'm
10.
casting Dissonant Whispers in a 4th level slot.
Okay. That's a 10 wisdom.
Yeah, that fails. Let me roll the damage real quick. 23 damage.
23 points of damage. You watch as its head shakes and its axe comes up and actually splits as you see the great axe with the pain in its head actually hits itself in the head and inadvertently splits its own skull open as it falls dead.
Nasty. How
It does
you
not
looking,
fall on
Gil?
you, Gilgamesh. You're fine.
How you looking, Gil? Pretty poor, pretty good.
Gale's a bit worse for wear right now.
Okay, I'm gonna cast. Where is it at? Healing. No. I'm gonna walk up to him and then I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds out of my ring.
Okay.
So you're gonna get 9
9
points
HP.
of healing. Then I'll end my turn.
All right. April, it is now your turn.
All right.
How can he cast a spell from his ring and also do Dissonant Whispers?
Oh, that's true. That's not a bonus
Yep,
action.
you're
Cure
right.
Wounds isn't a bonus action. I appreciate you catching.
Casting a
You're
spell from the ring, no
right.
matter what, is an action, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. I guess that's true. My bad. I forgot about that. I'll just give him a healing word then as my bonus action.
So, Gil, you do
And
not
he'll
get those
get
health.
he'll get 7 instead of 9.
So you lose 2.
My bad. Sorry about that.
It's all good. All right. April, is now your turn.
All right. I'll take 2 shots on that giant.
If it's
That
the
I
one
marked.
that you've hunter's marked, since it is prone right now, you technically have disadvantage.
Because it's prone?
Because it's prone. Ranged attacks are at disadvantage. Melee attacks are at advantage when something's prone.
But he's big.
I know. Still, that's how the rules work.
Alright. Might as well, I guess. Those don't hit. It's a 4 or a 2.
Yeah. Nope.
That one.
Okay, yeah, you shoot out and it just, so you're not hitting anything and it's frustrating. Gilgamesh, it is now your turn.
Out of these two distinguished oh wait. I can still hit him if I'm right there, can I?
Yeah.
Okay. Out of these two distinguished gentlemen, which one looks worse?
The one by Flora, that's on the ground.
We're gonna let Zex deal with this one over here, and we're gonna go over here.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, no problem, man. Just looking out for you.
And right after I healed you.
Oh, we're gonna attack this one.
All right, roll to hit with advantage because he is prone.
Mhm. That is a 17.
17 hits. Roll damage.
Oh, that's max damage. 18.
18 as you bring up the great axe and you can hear it split as you cleave down on his neck. The bone breaks and they die. That giant is no more.
Can I still technically use my extra attack on the other? Or I already used my movement though.
Yeah, there's nothing else.
Is there nothing else? Don't think. Could I pull out my light crossbow, turn around, and shoot the other one?
Technically no, because because you're already using it on your great axe. I'm gonna say
that's
no.
fair. Okay, fair enough.
All right.
Then yeah, that's all.
All right. With your turn done, go to the orcs. turn. Is this one? The captain moves over, makes his 2 attacks with flails. Both of those hit. Doing 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18 points of damage. To the creature as it screams and moves back. These guys are going to attack it as well. Both of those orc spearmen actually miss. And Rem, you can actually see the orcs are beginning to move towards where the giant is. That is their turn. It is the creature's turn as it's going to just bite at one of them, and it misses. And now it is that one last final giant's turn. Zex.
But it's not.
Oh, wait, no, it's not because Rem saved your butt. As this one lies on the ground.
Thank you, Rem.
Because of Rem. Thank you, Rem. The cannons are going to make 2 shots at disadvantage against it. Try and hit it. That's a miss. The cannon actually breaks for a second, so it won't. It's going to need a round to recharge. And that one also gets. That's 2 natural ones, as those cannons are out of commission for the next turn. Done. May's taking her shots. Rem, you're... I'm just gonna do May's things quietly. Rem, what are you doing? It's your turn. You're watching one bolt from May make it into the giant.
Gonna move over here.
Mm-hmm.
Zex, have some healies.
Vex doesn't need. Well, take some healies.
You don't need healies. You haven't been touched because it's a bonus
been-
action. I'm not doing anything else with it.
I've been touched. I guess I can take some healies.
It's 3 healies.
That's okay. I'll take those healies.
And then you hear Rem say, "Do you want me to read the whole thing out loud? Because you know what I'm doing. I don't have to. It's flavor text at this point."
You can do it. I'm not against it. I'm never against it.
Foolish sinner who dared traipses through the mortal realm, I am here, lest you forget that God has a hand that heals, but also one that punishes. So this dude that's prone, the next hit that he takes, he's vulnerable to all of that damage. All of it.
What does that mean?
If you hit him with your scimitar, the first hit, if you rolled a nat 20, it would do double damage, and then it would do double damage again.
No matter what you're
So what
critting.
if?
Yeah. No matter what you crit, but if you crit with the double crit, it's double crit. So roll a nat 20 and obliterate him
So
with
I
your
should,
23 damage.
I should do physical rather than. Or does that do the same thing
You
for
have-
when I?
No
You
matter
have
what
to hit him.
damage, so you have to roll to hit.
Yes.
You can't make him do a save.
So okay, so I have to. I can't do my 23 damage then because it's a save.
Mm.
But I'll hit him with my scimitars.
Speaking of
Yes.
hitting, Flora, it's your turn. All the giants except for one that is lying around is dead, and there's one creature that the orc captain is fighting to your right. What are you doing?
It's the creature that's all the way over there, right?
Yeah, it's the 2 I'm pinging.
Jeez, okay, fine. I'll come over here again. Right there. And, well, I guess. Where do I stand to hit this thing?
You can stand there and hit it. That's fine.
Okay, cool. I'll regular attack it.
Okay.
I rolled a 17.
That hits. Roll damage.
I rolled a 7.
7. The flail cracks on its head. It's dazed. You see blood leaking out of its head, but it's still alive.
Great. I'm gonna hit it again.
All right.
I rolled a nat 20.
Yeah. You don't even need to roll damage.
Oh,
As you-
great. Okay.
You hear a crunch as it dies very
Great.
quickly. And that's your turn. And with that, we'll move on. Zex, it is now your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna move up on this guy, and then I'm gonna make my first attack with the scimitar and use defensive flourish as well.
Okay.
I
You
rolled a
have
19.
advantage, by the way,
Oh, I have advantage?
because he is lying down.
19.
19 hits. Roll damage.
So that'll be. I rolled max damage, so a 6 and an 8.
Okay.
That's 14, so that'll be 28 damage if it's doubled.
Yep. 28 points of damage as you stab into it and it sinks deep in. You can hear the groan come out of the giant. You can keep attacking it.
Yep, I'm gonna attack it again. 18.
18 hits.
Alright, for 7 damage.
Okay. Once again, you carve into it.
And then finally 17.
17 also hits.
9 damage.
9 damage. Okay, as you're carving into this beast, there's blood and flesh that's flying past you. You could hear the groans turn into roars as you were carving into this creature. April, it's now your turn.
Not dead yet.
I'm gonna transfer Hunter's Mark to this last giant.
Okay.
And then I'll make 2 shots.
All right.
First one is 19.
That hits.
The second one is a 25.
That also hits.
Finally. Alright. Uh, 19 total.
19 total damage as the 2 arrows sink into its side. Again, the groans and roars of the giant. Gilgamesh, it is now your turn.
We're gonna bonus action dash behind this guy. Or I guess action dash.
Okay.
I only have bonus action. How many rounds has this been going on?
I'm not entirely sure. I haven't been keeping track.
Less than 10. I think we're on like 7 or 8. Because my spell is still up, so it's been less than 10 rounds. It's been less than a minute. This has been all going on.
Yeah. I only have bonus action. I can't do anything with it.
All right, so that's it.
Yeah, that's all.
As you can see, the half orcs, these 3 are actually able to get to it. As they're all moving, these three are making attacks. Hit. 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 All three of them hit. As you see, they sink their spears down into the form. So 12 points of damage total. As you can see, the spears are just sinking into the giant's form as the giant is getting angry. With that, it is now the giant's turn. As it starts to stand up, the vulnerability and the actual spell on it getting out. It uses half of its movement to get up, and is going to... one attack is going to just be on one of the tribal members, and one of the attack is going to be on you, Zex. Tribal member, natural 1, the tribal member is going to attack back. That misses. Zex, on you.
Give me another natural 1.
That is a 18.
That hits, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, it doesn't, because I had my defensive flourish. Let's go.
Nice. Okay. Defensive flourish puts you up to...
So I had 15, and then it was plus 8. So
Oh, dang.
it's like 22, I think.
Dang.
22, 23, somewhere in there.
Yeah, as you push up the scimitars in a cross formation, and actually the axe hits and then slides off of them as you're forced to your knee, but you're fine. And that's the giant's turn. Those cannons are broken. Ram, it is your turn.
I healed Zex for 5.
Okay.
It is almost the end of my spell. I am going to do the same thing to the giant that I did the last round.
All right, so you put vulnerability on the giant.
And I'm going to start making my way back towards Slange. So you guys better figure this shit out.
You healed me for 5, you said?
Yes, I did.
So
Is
I
Slange
don't
still here?
not need any more healings.
You need more healings?
No, I need no more. I'm perfect now.
Good job. That's my turn.
Flora, it's your turn. I'm not sure. I don't think you can get over to them in time. But
I
you can
can't even
dash.
get over in time.
You can still dash if you want to.
Okay. I'll use a dash, and I roll a d8 for that, don't I?
Well, you just double your movement. You use your action to double it. So instead of 35, you're moving
okay.
70.
Then what was the d8 for?
D8 was for jumping.
Cool. Yeah, that's fine.
Are dead bodies difficult terrain?
No.
Even if so... Oh, I'm not even going to be able to get over there, okay?
Yeah, no, that's as far as you can move. You use action and movement to dash, so you're there with 70.
Okay.
Zex, it is your turn.
Hit him with the scimitars again on my defensive flourish as well.
Okay.
My last inspiration.
All right.
It'd be nice if you let Gil be the one to hit him this time for that.
Nah.
That's the last time I helped
20.
you.
20?
Yeah, dirty 20.
That hits. Roll damage.
That's a 4 and a 7, so 11, so 22 then.
How would you like to kill this giant?
I just cut its head off.
As it's throwing the axe down towards you, it actually slams as you deflect it off of your swords. As then you push up on it through, as the swords come from this X formation from first blocking the axe, and then up into the neck, And then as you work your arms, you twist and pull, and you hear a sound as the head is sliced as it falls onto the ground. Dead.
Great. Are we out of initiative now?
As for now, you are out of initiative.
Well, I'll let other people do stuff then.
I think we're fucked.
All right. With the giant, hobgoblins and creatures slain, the silence begins to grow, and you are now simply out in this field. As Rem is currently focused, I would like Zex, Gilgamesh, Flora, and April to all make perceptions checks.
Oh, good.
I'm just gonna say this now. I swear to God, if we have to fight more, whatever the hell it is, I'm gonna be pissed.
I rolled an 18.
18.
I got a dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
13.
13. All right. As you guys are looking out over the field of dead bodies, Zex, you pick it out first, and Floor, and Gil, it's not hard to see. Far back, maybe 200, 300 feet back, there is a single lone red-skinned tiefling, body covered in chains, looking out as though they're surveying the battlefield.
So we're out of
Zex?
initiative, right? Yeah, I was gonna say.
As far as you know, initiative is over.
What do I want to do then?
Can I find my javelins, please?
Roll an investigation check.
Yes, sir.
Oh wait, I'd also like to roll perception to look for the.
I rolled a nat 20 plus my 2, so 22.
Damn.
Give me my 4 javelins back.
You're able to find 3 of them. One of them
Damn
shattered.
it! No!
You have 3 now.
Great, okay.
Gil, what were you doing?
Rolling perception to look for the 2 bolts that I fired. I fired them at the same guy.
Okay. That's an investigation check, not
Investigation.
perception.
12.
12. You know who you shot it at, and as you walk over, you can see both of them. One of them is actually snapped and shattered into pieces, but the other one you pull out. And you have one of them.
Got one of them. And then I want to walk over to Zex after that and hand him the handful of bullets in the crossbow and just say, "This was a lot more helpful than I thought."
I got all but one back, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. And then, since Gil's over here, do you want to go have a chat with this red tiefling guy that's all the way out there? You have to make a choice now, though.
I guess so.
I'm going to grab his arm and we're going to dimension door out right behind this guy.
Right behind the tiefling. Oh my god.
Omae Moshinderu.
Alright.
Make sure not to kill him, though.
Not to kill him.
Not to kill him.
I
Alright.
can make no promises.
As you guys make your way out and then immediately dimension door, it is immediately apparent as you just kind of move out and are next to this red-skinned tiefling. As he just slowly, you can hear the chains as he turns around, dragging across the ground. I'll show you as soon as I find Gilgamesh. There's Gilgamesh. As you guys are now on the actual ground with the tiefling, as he kind of turns around and looks at you.
Wait. Hold on. How did he know?
At the company's dimension door. I'm pretty sure there is. I have to check.
Yeah, does it make an audible noise? Or is this man just like 10 head?
Nope, does not make an audible noise. At least nothing's listed.
Zach's make an intelligence check.
But there's nothing listed. Okay. Intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Just be glad it's not me making that check.
Is that like... Okay, got it. That'll be a 13.
13.
Of a feeling. Hail, whatever this is.
You have a feeling as they turn around, although Dimension Door does not specifically give off a sound, it does give off a purple light at the moment of it happening, and someone that is experienced in spells might know that it's there. Might know what spell is happening. You two are standing behind the figure as they're just kind of looking over their shoulder. As you're looking at this figure, the thing that strikes you, Zex, immediately about the tiefling is there is no cheeks. You can see the bones and the teeth clenched, as there just seems to be holes in their face. Looking along, you can see just general small points where the chains themselves are kind of slowly seeming to melt the snow as he's just looking at you.
This is some kind of big bad thing. I know it is. It's probably something similar to a lich if it's got undead characteristics. This ain't good. We shouldn't have come out here.
How far are we from this?
Well, last time I was in this situation, I just said hello, so I'm going to do the same thing. Hello, how's it going?
Hello. Are you here to try to kill me?
We're here to talk.
Fair enough.
What are they, real quick, what are they speaking in? Do I understand them?
Common.
Okay. Just making sure. Continue.
As Zex did not specify he's talking in anything besides common. Specify.
Should have specified. That would have been good.
Well then, let us talk.
You behind these attacks?
Of course.
Why are you attacking these people?
Well, after he says that, I'm gonna take a few steps forward.
Into the chains?
I'm just walking towards this man. I'm still brandishing my great axe.
And you see after you take the steps, he turns and looks at you. Do you wish to kill me?
Thinking about it. I'll give my friend as much time as he like, but your time may not be long.
Fair enough. Well, your friend has given you time to talk. What do you wish to talk about? I am behind these attacks.
I want to know why.
It is the simple acquisition of land. I have been given a responsibility. I intend to do what my responsibility is.
And what is that?
To take that city of stone.
Who gave you the responsibility?
Oh, a wonderful man over in Ashar we are expanding, and we would love to dive into the lovely resources of this place. Sure, we have to start on rock and snow, but we know further down there is more.
And you're cowardly enough to not fight?
Oh, I
Okay.
simply
Okay.
asked first. I am, if nothing else, a gentleman.
Take a few steps closer.
Problem with me is all I was given was brutes to attack with. They are not so big on, oh, how would you put it, asking nicely.
I'm gonna like look over my shoulder to Zex, and ask, do you have any more questions for this man?
You just wait a sec. I'm gonna talk to Rem, and we're gonna find out if he has any thoughts on this.
I would love you to hold off on your friend, yes? As you watch the
Yeah,
chains
yeah,
themselves
Gilgamesh.
begin to just get closer into the tiefling. As you watch as the chains that are bound around his chest begin moving themselves. I am, if nothing else, a gentleman, and gentlemen prefer their space.
Gilgamesh, back up.
Mm.
Just a little bit until we figure this out.
How close am I to this man? I'm right up on him.
Yeah, he's telling you to back off.
At least until we talk with Rem. Back up.
Back up a little bit.
Okay, I'm
As
gonna
you see
whisper
the
into the
chains
ring.
themselves begin to relax themselves, and they go back into the snow.
Okay, I'm gonna whisper into this ring, so hopefully this tiefling can't hear me. And I'm gonna, hey Rem, there's this guy out here. I don't know if you see him or not. But we're chatting with him. He's got chains all around him, and what was the general description? He has no cheeks.
The cheek skin seems to be gone, and you can see like the teeth and jaw of this man.
Like his lower face just has no flesh on it. Do you know what this guy is? And do you have any additional questions we can ask him? He's not killing us just yet. We're just talking.
Am I hearing this?
You are hearing this.
Typically, intelligent undead don't have a mixture of flesh and bone. If it was something severe, probably all bone. I can't tell you from here. Can I see this thing? Can I see what's going on from where I'm at? It's pretty far out.
You can see a figure. You don't see any of the specifics.
What did you ask
They
him
are
so
dots
far?
in the distance.
What did you ask him so far? What does he want?
Land. He wants to take over this place for someone who resides in Ashtar.
Did you ask him a name?
I didn't get a name. I just got someone told him to come here.
Ask him a name.
Is this person? I'm gonna move my hand away from my mouth for a second so I can ask this guy. Does this person who sent you have a name?
Of course. I am not at liberty to tell you. Apologies.
Well, why not?
Wait. You do value your legs, don't you?
Gilgamesh, no.
Actually, no. I'm gonna roll intimidation with that as well.
Yeah, I was about to say roll intimidation.
Oh, this man is 18.
18.
Fit's probably kind of
You-
scared.
You see his face, which is a smile, kind of taper off a little bit. Of course. Of course I...
Well, if you'd like to keep him, we'd like to get a name.
Are you threatening me?
Take it as you will. I'm gonna take a step forward again. We're closing in.
All right. As you take a step forward, the chains themselves seem to open up. As they instantly become seemingly sentient forms, you see 5 masses of chains all strike out at you.
Do I have to make a dex save?
No. They are making themselves 5 attacks on you. First one, 14.
Nope.
24.
Yes.
18.
Yes.
8.
No.
And 17.
Barely slides, yeah.
So 3 hit. As the chains slam into you. 6, 7.
Please
8,
bury me if I
9.
die.
14, 15. 19, 22, 23 points of bludgeoning damage.
Is it magical? Or
It
silvered?
It is magical.
Is it 23?
23.
Don't you have a spirit thing?
I guess I could use that, yeah. I'll do that. That was actually really helpful. I only take 13.
13 points of damage. Also, you weren't raging anyway. Because the rage finished afterwards.
Oh. Wait, so would I be able to roll Spirit Shield on that?
Are you only able to do Spirit Shield while you're raging?
Yes. It's part of the ancestry. It's like, that's an addition to Rage, so...
So no, you are not able to do it.
Okay. I've marked 10 more damage.
Okay. As the chains go out, Zex, you watch as they all converge on him like arms of a creature and just slam into him, the heavy chains knocking him.
Can I,
Gilgamesh, back the hell up!
can I attack this man in return?
Stop it!
You are going to roll initiative now.
Yeah!
I would like both of you to roll initiative.
Well, I guess Sex doesn't have to, does he?
Well, he can do it to see if
I
he wants to
do.
join in.
Okay.
I'm not gonna join in, but it'll give me time to try and calm both your asses down. God
Nah,
damn.
You're just gonna kill me, actually.
I have nothing to stabilize you, so if you die, you die.
All right, what'd you
Well,
get?
That's okay. I got a 22.
Okay, yeah, you're going first. Zex, what'd you get?
17.
All right, Gil, you are first.
I got my great axe. Actually, you know what? Nah, we're gonna rage.
All right.
Hopefully we sleep soon because I'm running out. I think. Yeah, we're just gonna attack this man.
Okay.
You know what? Sleeping might not even be the biggest worry for you after this shit.
Okay, hold on. I want to non-lethally attack this man. I just want to. We'll take his legs off
Okay.
as non-lethally as we can.
Okay.
My shackles either, so if you kill him, we have no way to bind him up.
18.
18 hits. Roll damage.
Non-lethal, JC. Remember, keep that very much in mind, please. Oh, this is a big non-lethal hit. 12.
12. As you slam into his knees, kind of buckle as he falls and then picks himself back up. He's still there.
Does he look injured literally at all?
He looks injured, yeah. He looks taken aback, and you can see him thinking about what he's trying to do now.
We're gonna take another attack.
Okay.
Again, non-lethal, please.
I'll be right back while he does his stuff.
We got another 18.
18 hits.
16 damage.
16 damage is once again crack, crack. It slams into him. It is technically Zex's turn, but James just said he did something.
How and why did we get here? Why did this have to happen?
This man attacked me. I'm just acting in self-defense.
That is, look, debatable at best,
Debatable.
completely idiotic at worst.
Straight up wrong at worst, debatable at best.
Yeah, like, ominous at best, war crime at worst.
Okay,
Alright.
I'm not killing him though. At the very least.
You think
I'm
we
not-
have any way to fucking contain Dr. Octopus here?
Alright.
All right, Zex,
doesn't
it is
have
your
legs, I
turn.
don't know
You
what
watch
to do.
Gilgamesh slam into his form twice, and he's not buckling. What are you doing?
How do both of these guys look?
I don't know. How does Gil look?
Oh, he's gripping onto life a little bit. He's trying. He's not doing very well, but he's trying.
The guy looks angry.
Angry and nothing else?
Yeah.
Great. So I'm going to say into the ring, Rem, I need you to get out here as fast as you can.
Can I respond back?
Yeah.
I got no spell slots. I don't know what good I can do for you, but I guess I'm on my way.
All right.
Oh, April too. And who else has a ring? Flora?
Everyone.
I
Has a
assume
ring
they
at this
can
point.
both hear. So yeah, everyone get out here as quickly as you can. Rem is probably going to be fastest though.
So I'm going to put the rest of you guys at the technically at the bottom. And you guys can all dash, or I guess April can shoot if they want to.
Don't
can I reach
don't,
that far?
Don't attack this guy.
Yeah,
Don't attack
they're
this guy.
200 feet away, so yes. For
Oh,
Rem and
I
for
could do that.
Rem and for Flora, they'll just be counting down their movement because Flora can dash 70, Rem can dash 50 to see if they can get to them in time before this is over.
Before one of
Don't
us.
attack this guy.
So
Don't
So,
attack this guy.
Is someone dying?
Gil's being a dumbass.
God damn it! Every time.
all right, it is now the person's turn. As the chains make their 5 attacks against you, Gil. I have 5d20s for this.
Oh, good.
Okay, we have a 7,
No.
a 15,
No.
an 18,
Yes.
and then the other 2 are higher, with a 19.
Damn. Yeah, those hit.
So you take,
Well,
as the
this could
chains
make or break
slam
it.
into you.
Those
I
fucking
actually just checked. It doesn't matter though because you weren't raging the first time, but these are non-magical technically.
These ones are non-magical?
Yes, so you will have this. So
So I will-
9,
Okay.
10,
Probably won't die.
15, 17, 18. Yeah, 18 total points of bludgeoning damage as the chains wrap and slam into your forms.
I'd like to have my spiritual ancestors help me a little bit here.
All right.
Where's that? Ooh, you said 19, 18?
18, yeah. Or I
18
think
base, right?
it was, I thought it was 28. I thought. If anyone noticed what I was saying, then I would appreciate it, but if you don't, that's okay.
I heard you count to 18 and then say, yeah, 18, but I could be wrong.
Okay, if it was, I'll say yes, 18's fine.
Okay. I take total of 5 damage.
Okay. And for his actual action,
Wait, that was a bonus action?
that was a bonus action.
Fuck.
He is going to make you make a wisdom save.
You're
It's not-
dead. Good
it-
luck.
It's not. It could be worse. It could have been an intelligence save. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Natural 20.
As you feel your muscles start to lock up, you don't need this, and you pull and you shake it off as the paralyzation does not take effect. So Rem gets 50 feet closer. If you're dashing towards him, Rem.
I'm on my broom.
Does the broom do 50 feet a turn?
Yes, it does.
So, yep, 50 feet. Floor does 70. If Floor is dashing towards him. April, are you dashing or are you shooting?
He told me not to shoot him, so I'm just gonna kind of chill for a moment.
You're not running towards them? Okay.
Nah.
Alright. With that, Gilgamesh, it is now your turn.
This man's gonna give him another bonk. We're just again.
It's not my turn? Oh no, Gil goes before me.
Non-lethally, we're gonna attack this man.
Okay.
We're just gonna try to take out his legs again.
Alright.
For a base 16 to hit.
That hits.
He will take 11 damage.
Okay, as the great axe slams into him, you see him buckle again. He's still going.
I mean, I know he's not unfazed, but like, does he look injured?
He does look injured. You can see the bruises going around his legs and forearms. You're not cutting him, remember? You said non-lethal.
Well, that doesn't mean I can't take his legs off.
He will bleed out
Does.
if you take
Yes,
his
it
legs off.
does.
If you take his legs off, he will bleed out.
Okay, well maybe.
Basically, what
brain
I'm
damage
saying
though?
Gilgamesh is doing is he's swinging the great axe and then turning it so the flat of the axe actually hits him.
Yeah. If we can instead hit him in the chest, that might
Okay.
go on his ass. I don't know. Extra attack, doing whatever. We got a 18 to hit.
18 hits.
12 more damage.
All right. You slam it in his chest. You hear "Oof" come off of him, and he's still going, although you've knocked the wind out of him.
He has disadvantage on attack rolls now.
All right. Zex, it is now your turn.
Both of you should just cut it out now. We're trying to have a talk here, not trying to fight. Obviously, neither of you are getting that, or at least Gil wasn't getting it. I see you defending yourself, but like, Come on, man. Clearly, he's probably not going to be able to do that much to you. Also into the ring. No. I guess I'm just going to hold my action for if Gil knocks this guy on his ass.
All right. It is the person's turn as the chains make their 5 attacks against you. Oh. Surprised, out of the 10 dice rolls I made with them, only one of them jumped. Lowest is an 11. Misses probably. 14 is the other lowest. 18, 19.
It's
And then this one's a 16 actually.
misses.
So 2 of them hit.
We're looking good.
16 points of bludgeoning damage, non-magical.
Non-magical. Reaction. We're spirit shielding this.
Okay.
You said 18?
16.
16? I take 1 point of damage.
Dope. As the chains are
Not dope.
slamming into him, Zex, I need you to make a persuasion check real quick, by the way. I'm sorry.
A persuasion check?
Yes.
Okay. That's okay. 21.
21. You see as the chains kind of almost instinctually attack Gilgamesh, you see the tiefling kind of look at you, pause, and then you see purple energy as you watch as the tiefling dimension doors 500
Damn.
feet away.
I don't have another
Northward.
one.
As you see the figure, small figure in the light, kind of looks back at you. As the chains are now floating freeform above.
And I bet my voice doesn't carry 500 feet.
Be impressive if it did.
Yeah.
With
we
this,
Soft initiative?
unless if you guys are actually going to go try to attack him, we're pretty much out of initiative at this point.
I want to chase after him.
I would like to chase after him too, but I also don't know that we're going to be able to catch him, like, at all.
Okay.
I have
So-
cool movement. I could probably get him. So you said
Don't
100
kill
feet?
him.
500
Don't even
feet.
attack him.
How much?
500.
5? Oh, fuck. No, there's no chance I'm catching this guy. I'm not chasing him.
All right. As you two stand there, kind of Gilgamesh, you're catching your breath as the wind begins to set back in and the cold. They're just kind of looking at you. So, with this now, you two are out of initiative.
Right.
As you both are looking at the figure northward, standing away from you.
Do we know what's north? Like, city or anything?
Zex probably knows that northward, besides the little thing that you saw, Gilgamesh, that you saw while you were patrolling the wall, nothing's on the map.
It's just empty land, essentially.
Pretty much.
Yes. According to the map, at least.
All right, so you quickly pull out the map to check. And
Yeah.
north of Foremenos, nothing marked.
Great. Well, I guess. Yeah, nothing more. Let's. He's 500 feet away.
Yep. And just kind of
I have
looking
no
back.
more. I have no more slots to be able to do this.
At this point, as you guys are considering what to do, Rem and Flora, as you two are making your way over, Rem on your broom, Flora as just being a quick and agile individual, you two eventually make your way to the other two.
I'm pissed at Gil, by the way. I'm so mad.
What happened?
Gil is a dumb bitch, is what happened.
Well, yes, obviously, but that does not tell us what happened.
Tell me something new. What happened? Yeah.
So this guy, he's a tiefling with no cheeks, no like flesh on the lower half of his face, basically.
No.
And so we're talking, having a conversation, and Gil decides it's the best time to freaking attack him.
Wait, I'm
So-
sorry. Out of character, Alpha, did Gil just say no ass?
No, no.
Okay, back to it.
So basically, Gil fought this guy, and I'm pretty sure is close to dying. And I'm not going to heal him because he deserves it. But I convinced him not to kill Gil, and so he dimension door. You can sort of see him up there. He's 500 feet to the north of us, or some distance to the north of us.
You make it sound like this was over nothing, like it was an impulse. I can
Was
assure
it
you, though,
over nothing?
it was not.
What did he say?
He was refusing to give information. Zex wouldn't step up to take it out. I did.
Well, I wasn't gonna kill him. We were still talking. I needed more information. We still don't know what this guy is. Okay.
And yet
Okay.
I wasn't going to kill him either.
Did you
I
let
very
them
well
finish
could've.
talking?
No.
Did you start off the situation by threatening him to come with us against his will?
This man attacked
Did you
me
make a
first.
reference about legs, Gilgamesh?
It was only but a threat. I
Threat?
did not act on it.
People don't respond well to threats. Sometimes you have to let someone do a little bit more gentler talking.
Man had no cheeks and you were threatening to take his legs.
You're gonna take more from him. He already didn't have. What did he say? He told me he said he
Basically-
was.
Yeah, basically, he's from Ashtar. He is some unknown master of some kind. I don't know if master is the right term. Someone who's telling him what to do.
Patron.
Patron is a good word for it. And they told him to come here and try and take Foremenos.
He is not the one that's in charge of this then.
But he was the one that
He's
led
the one that's in
attacks.
charge of the raids. He's the one who's in charge of the raids, but he's not the head honcho for whatever the whole thing is.
I mean, if he was in charge of the raids, that's pretty good grounds to be fought and killed, I guess. So I can't say there's 100% fault in Gil's actions, but your execution, as always, leaves something to be desired. There's nothing we can do about it now. Did you at least get his name?
Yes, I did. I need to make a history check, though, because I don't remember it off the top of my head.
He just told you. Did they
I
get this
know.
man's name?
I know
He
I know we got his name.
He only referred to himself as a gentleman.
Yeah, because Jacob kept saying this
no,
person, this person, this person.
No,
so there
I
was
know-
no name.
I asked him what his name was, and I could have sworn he told me.
He did not.
I have
He
to go
only
back and
referred.
look, though.
He only referred to himself as a gentleman.
I mean, This is your guys' department. Is seeing something like this common? I've never been to Ashtar a day in my life.
I don't know. Is seeing someone like this common, Jacob?
Zex and Gilgamesh make history checks.
Okay.
$13.
Ooh, 19.
19. Zex, you were part of the little bit more civilized parts of Ashtar, and in this way, you're not entirely sure. People get hired for stuff. Gilgamesh, you're a little bit more familiar with the warring side, the battle side of Ashtar. Ashtar in itself is a place where the weak die and the strong rule. And in this, people deposit large sums of money at other people's doorsteps for them to wage wars on places they see as profitable. This strikes you as very possibly one of those occurrences, and there are several warlords across Ashtar that do this quite frequently. This is the first time you've ever heard of them going on to another land, though. Normally, it's warlord taking from warlord.
I'm gonna relay this like information
Of
to
course.
everybody.
Nothing we can do about it now, then. Let's head back.
Alright.
All right. As all of you begin to slowly trudge back through the snow, you all can see the actual, just basically the battle stretched out before you of the mountains of dead bodies. And all of you can know that Zex and Gilgamesh, as you guys kind of glance back, as you guys are a little bit more on edge, having seen this guy as just what he seems to do naturally with attacking people, glance back, and the guy's not moving back towards you. But as you all walk back, you do reapproach the Foremenos battlefield.
I have to get to Slange, and I need to speak with the captain.
Does the captain, out of character, does the captain know that Slange is the plotted assassin?
Yes, Slange attacked him, and the captain attacked him back.
Okay.
Does Gil know what Rem is doing? Like, with Slange?
No,
Yes.
I mean, not really. You know that he's like, I'm gonna go check on Slange.
I don't know if Gil even knows that Slange is the assassin.
Besides Rem and April, I don't think anyone else saw it, so no. I mean, Flora saw April shoot, and both of you saw Rem bring Slange's body back, and it did not look like Slange's body. It just looked like a pale figure in black cloak, but you're not entirely sure what's going on.
What time of day is it?
As he goes in, it's probably at this point it's approaching noon.
Yeah, okay.
And Miss Slage.
Okay.
Was he secure? I want to talk with the captain.
Oh,
Okay, as you guys get closer, you can actually see that the captain and Gigi are outside, helping the half-orcs start to move bodies around. And as they're just kind of looking up, you can see the captain is streaked, as you can see some of his clothes, the pelt on him is burnt. And he is tired, and his face is still dark. The serious but still easier going captain that you've known from before seems to be absent.
But it is Gorn.
It is Goran.
I'm going to approach him a bit and say, if I can, am I able to move around freely right now?
Yes. For all
I'm gonna
intents and
tell
purposes, combat's over.
I'm gonna tell the captain I'd love to help out a bit more, but I have to tend to this situation. Do you want to meet me at your tent when you're done?
Of course. I'll be right there.
All right. Then we're heading to Slange.
All right. As are the four of you just kind of moving together?
I'm gonna try my best and collect, really any of the dead bodies on the battlefield into like a more or less like central position, just like clump them into a big pile.
Okay. As you just kind of move back, the hobgoblins you can move. The rides you have trouble with, and the giants you already know you can't move.
Fair enough.
Can I go search the giants for anything?
Sure.
Do I need to roll anything for that?
Investigation.
Okay. I rolled a... Wait. 17.
17. On the giants' forms, you can see they have torn, basically, clothes on, not armor. Besides a large net, basically, that you can see that's in this pouch that's on their side belt. They have each of them have 15-foot great axes on them. Way too big for any of you to use, but impressive and terrifying. They do not have anything else on them.
What if Gil and Flora used it together?
What if we teamed up?
If you teamed up, you might be able to carry it.
I'm gonna yell, "Hey Gil, you wanna try using this axe at the same time? As your church mandated babysitter, I command you to come lift this axe with me."
He actually just stepped away, but that reaction's gonna be raw and visceral.
All right. Zex, are you doing anything specific?
I'm just going around.
All right. So, Zex, you and Rem both approach. The gate is slightly opened now, so you can easily make it through. As the two of you head over, you can make out, Rem, the familiar form of this pale body wrapped in cloak. And Zex, what you see is a average height figure with an extremely pale, almost completely white face. The only thing that disrupts this is the black cloak that it has on with black armor, and the blood that is leaking out as there's an arrow sticking through the form. But they seem to be breathing. Although troubled, still breathing and unconscious.
Can I run his
Oh,
pockets now?
male or female?
Looks male.
Can I run his pockets now?
Yeah, make an investigation check.
Can I just take the time to go over it and not have to roll?
He might be hiding stuff.
Can I use guidance before I do this?
Yeah.
Can I have inspiration?
You cannot.
You are useless to me.
I have no inspiration left. I just killed 2 giants. You expect me to be able to inspire you too?
I want you to inspire me because I got an 11.
Oh.
I cannot.
All right. On his form, what you are able to find is, as I pull up his equipment, you are able to find one, the curved dagger that he was showing off to you beforehand, as well as 2 other daggers, seemingly steel in make. You don't pull it off of him, but it's easy to see. He has studded leather armor on. And you find a amount of, like, lock-picking equipment, thieves' tools.
Oh, I'm proficient with those.
Might be 2 with my background.
You want to poke over his body really quick just in case I missed something?
I would love to. Can I get guidance?
Yes, you can.
Dope. That's a D4, right?
Yes, it is.
Am I rolling investigation as well?
Yes.
I don't need the guidance, but I'm gonna. No, I don't need it. Screw it. I had a nat 20. So.
Roll it again, because you have to. You can keep going.
You
Nat
can keep
20
going.
only applies to hitting.
Okay, well, 24 then.
24. All right. As you go through, you are able to find in a small, like, hidden away person. Rem got the majority. There was one thing that was hidden on him. And as you pull it out, it is the contract. That is the same one that you found down in the assassin's rooms in Greywall. The contract for the captain. You are also able to find in a hidden coin purse, because you did find his coin purse with that. Give me half a second so I can find his coins. But you do find his coin purse. I'm just going to say coin purse right now before you look through it. And then I'll tell you how much there is once I find it.
Did he
Okay,
only
so
have
I have
vial
the
of poison on?
contract and the. Okay, so I have another vial of poison and coin purse and the copy of the contract, right?
It was just the copy of the contract and the coin purse. You did not find more poison.
Oh, he got the poison. my
No,
bad.
does he not have any more on him? He only had the 1 vial?
You didn't find any.
Okay, whatever.
I hope this man is not storing poison inside of his ass.
We can search his tent later.
You got a little bit of rope? Tie his legs.
Do I have a little bit of rope? Let me look. Nope, I gave it to April. April has my rope.
I'll tie him up.
Yeah, come down here and tie his legs. I don't want him getting away.
Because he's shackled still, right?
He's shackled, but his legs work.
Right.
I didn't have time to blow those off.
Can't teleport away. So that's good.
So you're taking the daggers off of him, Rem?
Yes, I am. Do I know what this curved dagger he showed me is?
As you look at it, it's a finely crafted dagger. If you want to try to figure out what it is, you can roll an Arcana check to see if it's magical, or an investigation check to see if there's anything special about it besides the craftsmanship.
Let's do both really quickly. Arcana 16?
16. You can see a slight rune that runs along the edge. Barely visible, but it does seem to be magical.
Can I read that rune?
I do not believe you can.
Can I read
It's
that rune if he points it out to me?
hey, Zex, try to read this.
Can I read it?
Neither of you can read it.
April, can you read this?
Can I?
No, none of you can read it.
Damn.
Fine. You know what? You know what? Do we have 10 minutes to just sit here?
No, we got. I want to deal with this as quick as we can.
Do you
We'll
want me
look at this
to-
later.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
So I'm gonna put my newfound daggers away, and then I guess I'll let Zex hold on to the coin purse because he fished it off him. And this man's all completely tied up, right?
With April's rope and the dimensional shackles, yes.
We're gonna drag him off to the captain's quarters.
All right. You drag him off to the captain's quarters. You all wait, and it takes about 5 minutes, but eventually you see the captain making his way there. Both his long sword and short sword sheathed behind him on his back as he makes his way over. You wanted me here?
We're gonna interrogate. We wanted
You
you to
want me
be
to make
here
sure
for
we're
it.
not.
Hmm?
You want me to make sure we're not
Not heard?
not overheard.
You're breaking in and out for me.
Sorry, my mic was far away from my mouth. Do you want me to make sure that we are not overheard?
Yeah. No, I don't want to do it in your little tiny hut, though.
It's not that tiny. It can
We're
hold
gonna-
9 medium-sized creatures.
We'll do it in the captain's quarters if he doesn't mind.
By all means.
All right, drag
Fine,
him in.
I see how it is. No one appreciates the tiny hut.
Look, we will chill in the tiny hut later.
No one cares about the tiny hut.
Look, you're just mad that rope trick is better.
All right. As you all are moved in, you dragging the man, as you all go in, what would you guys like to do?
Everybody draw your weapons. If he gets wily, let him know you'll kill him, and I can't help him the second time.
Do you want me to use Cure Wounds on him real quick?
I got it.
Wake him up? Okay, I got my scimitars out now.
Gotta follow my bow.
You're not even in here.
April can come with. They were doing the whole drag thing. If April wants to come over to the tent,
My shit's kind of broken, so.
that's okay. I'll
Yeah.
drag you.
Alright.
As April comes in, as the captain just simply nods and pulls out his short sword, and letting it hang from his left arm.
All right. Slange, if that's even your real name.
think I
Wakey,
know.
wakey, eggs and interrogation.
How are
Wait,
you?
don't wake him up yet. I need to be filled in on what this guy is exactly and how this all went down, because I wasn't here, remember?
This
I was
is
passed out.
Slange. Slange attacked the captain after being a huge fucking inconvenience, and I chased him into the battlefield, and April shot him down while we were super far out. But this is Slange, or it was slain.
So he changed into this when he got knocked down?
Yes, I got no fucking clue what this is.
I
I
bet I,
just know
have an
that
idea.
it was Slange.
I have a theory. Do you want to know my theory?
What's your theory?
I bet this is Finthelm.
I feel like it is too, but I don't know what the fuck this is, so let's find out. Actually, you cure wounds him. My magic's gonna be too much for him.
Okay, I'm gonna use my Cure Wounds that's in my ring, level 1.
Okay.
8.
8 points of health. As you cast this 8 points of health into him, you see the eyes just flit open.
Should I read his note back to him? If it is Finthelm, it'll be super funny. I have it written down.
Hey, Slane.
As the eyes kind of focus on you,
I know you can speak. Speak up.
You can see the eyes coming into clarity, just kind of focusing on you, not saying anything.
I'm not pressed. Everybody back away from him.
How far?
Outside of zone of truth range because I had that in my ring.
I'm going to stay next to him. I don't really care about Zone of Truth.
Okie doke. That's fine.
All right.
So
Zone
now
of
he's
truth?
zoned of truth.
All right. That is, on his save, a 16.
That passes. I'll wait.
That is a 20.
I'll wait.
That is a 17. Damn, he's
I'll
rolling
wait.
high. That's a 15.
That's a failure.
All right.
Now let's talk. So, Slange, what's your real name?
He looks at you and doesn't answer.
I'm gonna take out his own dagger and prod him with it.
Okay. The dagger just slowly pushes in. Make an intimidation check.
And I have advantage because I'm in a position of power.
You know, let's say because he's tied up, shackled, zoned of truth, and being threatened with his own dagger by 4 people, let's give you advantage.
I'm the dominatrix in this dungeon. I only got a 13.
You see, he's just he's still wincing away from it, but his face is hard set, and he's not doing anything.
And how about this then? I'm going to come up to him. I'm going to hold my scimitar right next to his neck. And I'm going to tell him, I just killed 2 giants with these. You want some?
You'll kill me anyway.
We will kill you anyway. But if you cooperate, it's the difference between having your throat slit and being buried alive. Which would you prefer? Do I look like I'm fucking joking? I've buried more than my fair share of bodies. One that kicks isn't that different. You could consider that intimidation if you wanted to, but...
He's just kind of looking through. Death is a death. It makes no difference.
I'm going to pull out my shovel and crack him with it.
Okay.
Oh, stop it!
No, it's too late. I'm swinging.
You've hit him, basically. The shovel is just... hold on. What is a...
It's treated as a D8 for me.
Oh, yeah. That's what we settled on.
A shovel counts as a great club for me.
Yep.
Am I rolling damage?
Yeah, you roll damage.
Oh, Lord. That's 6 damage.
6 damage. Crack! Goes across and you see the eyes go, like, fuzzy for a second and then refocus.
I'll advise you not to test my patience again. Now, what is your real name?
You see him just kind of move his head to the side. His blood that covers the bottom of his chin is moving down. What use is a name from a dead man?
Important to us. Now, if you don't tell me, I'm going to start breaking fingers.
You and I both know you're in the worst possible situation. Now, if you tell us everything we might want to know, there is a very, very insignificant possibility you will live. But if you don't tell us what we want to know, there is a 100% chance then I'm going to bury you alive. Do you know how long it takes someone to die from being buried alive?
Make an intimidation check with advantage.
That's a dirty 20.
All right. You see. Fine. My name? Finhelm.
His name?
Yes.
Oh, Finhill, you know what this... You. Do you know how far I've been looking for you? Do you know what I've done to get here?
I still think it would have been funny if you let me read that back to him.
Read it back to him, just so he knows that we know what's up.
Make sure I'm saying this right. I have it written down. It might be mispronounced, but
Okay.
Hamerin, is that what it was for the Goth?
Kamarin.
Kamarin. That matches. Okay. Kamarin, I have brought you the staff to feed your insatiable hunger, but after this I am done. Kill me if you want, for death is preferable to running from everyone I come across. Signed, Findhelm.
You saw where that got me.
Who gave you the contract to kill the captain?
I stole it.
From who?
The Blades. They're the assassination guild underneath Greywall.
He's still under the zone of truth, right? So he can't lie to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Someone in the Blades named Dorman said you could come and get them out of jail, but he was part of the Blades. Why would you steal from your own friend?
He's the leader of them, and only members are allowed to take contracts. I am not one. Some people allow theft to go unnoticed. He just kind of coughs, and you see the side of his face that you crack the shovel across is just, there's a slight push inwards of it.
Your friend Dorman told me that you would be at the base in Sabline. How did you end up over here instead?
The money from the contract, if I pulled it off, I would have to do nothing for the rest of my life. I'd be set. I wouldn't have to run from anything, hide from anyone. I could get a ship and leave for somewhere else.
So you're saying you don't do this for the joy of it, you do it to survive?
I did it to survive, stole to survive first. When it became too much of that monster, you see spits, not on either of you, just at the ground, seemingly just you get with just your passive insight, just this sense of hatred that he's kind of letting go a little bit. He's kind of becoming unreserved now that he knows he can't lie, and he's realized that for the creature known as Kamaran. I did what I have to. I wouldn't have to do anything else after this.
Why did you lie to us to have us go get the staff with you? Couldn't you have just asked us? At the time, we had no clue you were a bad guy. You could have just approached us.
When lying is all you know, it's a bit of a second nature.
How does it feel to be unable to lie?
It doesn't quite feel real. It's almost comforting.
I want Zex, run your try to find his ring if you can, if he has one. Because I want to know.
Ring?
Yeah, he might have the same timer ring that you do. If he does, I want to know, because what he's telling me is about to form a very integral decision that I'm about to make.
All right. So, Jacob, let me be very clear. I'm pulling up his hands and I'm running my hands along each of his fingers, because I know this thing could be invisible if he has it.
I will allow you, because there is a full... You already had the investigation check, so I'll allow it to keep going with that. There is no ring on his fingers.
He has no ring on his fingers.
He has nothing on his fingers.
What about his toes?
Fashionable toe ring. I don't want to touch his feet. But Zach, go ahead, go off.
Fine, I'm pulling off his shoes, and if he has socks on, I'll take off his socks
He
too.
does not have socks. You pull off the boots. There's nothing on his toes.
Right. There's nothing.
There's one more kind of ring we have to look for, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it.
No! No! How many...
I'm not letting... Rem does not get to level up just for that.
Okay. He's telling the truth. How many people have you killed? How many people have you killed for money?
The three with the fireball. This was my first time.
Benham, I won't lie to you. I hate you. I do. You've lied to me. I hate nothing more than a traitor. And because of your actions, so many people died today. I find that unforgivable. Had this gone a little bit smoother, and had you actually reached out for help, maybe I would have had mercy for you. I'd believe your dream to leave this country and want for nothing more. In another life, maybe we could have been companions. But your choices have gotten you here, and it is within my heart that I do not believe that I can give you forgiveness.
And you see his head just kind of slowly drop.
I, maybe more than anyone here, knows the struggle for survival. But I could never do what you have done. I could never jeopardize the entire mission of a country for my own personal gain. You are the epitome of selfishness, and that is the only thing that I pity you for. That you do not know the compassion to take back what you've done. But your words have moved me, and even though my anger swells brightly as it ever has, and I'm forever changed by our interactions, I will say this. If the others deem fit to have mercy on you, then I will have mercy on you as well. I'm going to look at the captain, and I'm going to make sure he knows. I'm going to say out loud, this man has wronged me and my party, but he has wronged you more than he has wronged us. And that is why I will leave it to you to decide this man's fate, hearing what he has said now, and knowing that it is the truth above all other truths.
The captain just kind of, arms crossed, kind of sitting next to the corner of the tent, just... How long have you been slain? Findhelm just kind of, his head just slowly moves up. The creature did kill Slange. I took it as an opportunity. Two weeks. Captain just shakes his head. And stays quiet.
I have a few more questions that you might have some answers to.
Findhelm's head turns from the captain, looks at you.
The name on the contract, do you know who it is?
Name?
The name on the contract that you took. Do you know who set forth this contract?
When I stole it, it was blank. It does not have a name. Keeps them untraceable. It only has the targets, the gold. I would come back to Greywall, claim it, receive the gold, and then I would be gone.
Who would you claim it with? Where would you go?
From the Blades.
But the blades are no more, so you left after we got there?
The Blades are gone?
The head's
We
been cut off of that
dismantled them.
particular part, yes. Doorman's in jail, you know. I took him there myself and put him under the influence just as I have done you now. Did you call me cruel for such?
Would have never gotten anything from this then. It was doomed the second the Blades fell. There was never a chance for me, was there? Even if I killed him, there was no one to claim the contract from.
In regards to assassination attempt that happened in town, a little bit before you left, maybe, for someone by the name of the Doctor. Do you know anything about that?
I have heard of him. I know nothing about him. I am not a member of the Blades, and so I do not know who took the contract. I do not know.
Doorman told us that you were running away to get away from us. Were you afraid?
Whenever you lie, no matter how good, eventually something comes out. And I needed to be gone. And you are the first that has found me again.
I want to know if you recognized us when we came in here.
Of course. I wanted to see what you knew. That's why I took you into my tent.
Pretty smart of you to dance around my zone of truth there, but as you can see, all fall within in time.
I suppose.
It took everything within me not to slay you right there on that battlefield. And the entire time I was in combat, I thought, I'm going to bury him alive. Because in my heart, I knew it was you. And I felt that I had to enact my promise I made to you when you were Lixin, that if you used anything that I helped you gain for malicious purposes, that I would slay you. You say you're prepared to die anyway, but are you afraid?
Only regretful.
If you could do anything different, what would you do?
I wish I found a way to not fall into that creature's debt in the first place. But knowing me, it would have happened anyway.
If the captain decides to take mercy on you, how will you atone for the 3 lives that you have taken and the ones that you inadvertently took by hindering us on the battlefield?
In what way is decided for me? I do not feel I am at the liberty to decide my own fate.
So you're saying if mercy is taken upon you, you will do everything that I instruct you to do down to the letter? Yeah.
I will do the best I can.
What is your best? You came all the way across the country, from the far east, from the far west, all the way to the east, just to attempt to escape. I'm pretty sure you could do well enough for any simple task that we could put forward for you.
I would be inclined to agree.
Can I tell his alignment?
I
Is it
don't think
possible for
Zone
me to
of
do
Truth can do that.
Like me as a person, is there any particular way that I could try to figure that out, or would I have to use like a spell for this?
I think you're just having to use context clues, my dude.
I don't need context clues because I'm just gonna stay in character. We're gonna keep going. I'm gonna look at the captain again and ask him how he's feeling so far.
I feel sick, to be honest.
Just for a little context, the creature that he was running from was a frightening thing, though we happened to bring that to its knees. Metaphorically speaking, it had no knees. But still, I can see how it would be terrifying.
I don't believe there's anything I can say here. I'm sorry. Just need to think.
Well, good news for you, Finhelm. You're not going to be buried alive. And you maybe won't die. Isn't that lovely?
Looks up and goes between Rem, April, Zex, over the captain. And what have you decided for me?
Uh, I'm unsure. I'm winding down from a hatred that has lasted months. A single-minded pursuit to end you, and yet somehow I find myself pitying you. In another life, maybe I would have buried you before we even spoke. And maybe it's my fault for speaking to you in the first place. But I have to think on this a bit more. And I think whatever choice I, the captain, make will be stood upon. No one harbors the hatred for you in my party like I do. In a weird way, you haven't hurt us in any way except emotionally. Me above all others. So I suppose we'll just have to think on it then. I'm going to crouch down and give him a cure wounds from my ring. I do have to roll for this because he is alive.
Mm-hmm.
Mercy. It's only 6 HP, but it's mercy.
Took the 6 HP, giving him back the 6 HP.
Yeah, I did do this. And we're gonna think on it. Until then, you don't really have a place to keep him, do you?
We'll make one. We'll have
Alright.
to.
In the meantime, I'd like to search his tent
Alright.
thoroughly.
And I want to have a private word with the captain while you guys do that.
Okay.
Why don't you take a Findhelm with you? He can maybe point out some things. If he cooperates, maybe it'll help his chances.
Damn, I'm assuming I'm going to need to make a strength check for this, but I want to pick him up and throw him over my shoulder.
Yeah, he'll make a strength check.
19.
19? Yeah, you put him over your shoulder.
Okay, I'm going to walk out with him and head down to his tent.
Alright. As you throw him over your shoulder and begin walking out of the tent, Rem and April, you're staying in there with him, and as it goes out, Gilgamesh and Flora, you guys have begun moving around, putting bodies, and you can see the aftermath of the battle is heavy as people are beginning to count their losses and find friends and bunkmates that have still survived and those that are no longer living. As you all consider this new weight and the information that you've now received from this individual, I'm going to end the session here tonight. As this is all going, I figured a good point is to just try and find something while we're about around 11-ish for our time. And so I figured this is a good time to stop it off. If I do remember correctly, actually, Suzanne, you actually won't be here next session, right?
Next session or the session afterwards.
Yeah, so we're actually going to be losing Suzanne for the next 2 sessions, but we'll do our best. I'm so sorry that you can't make it, but hey, everyone's got their own life outside of this. Thank you everybody so much for watching the stream. This has been probably our most battle-packed session ever for this. And of course, thank you so much for Helminia, James, Suzanne, Alpha, and Jazz for participating in this. You guys are all wonderful people and play wonderful characters. Thank you so much for Bed Wars Gang for the follow, as well as Delta. Thank you so much, guys. You guys really make this entertaining. We play this because we like to have fun, but you guys at least let me know that it's entertaining for you guys as well. But we are going to end the session here tonight. We'll pick back up next week, sadly without our lovely human ranger. But the group still has much to see and much to do. Thank you everybody so much for watching the stream. Thank you for coming in, and I will see you all in the next stream or video. There is a very good chance tomorrow night actually, by the way, just for a quick end of stream announcement, that Jazz finally convinced me to try and play Friday Night Funkin', so I might try to do that tomorrow night. But anyway, thanks so much for watching, guys. I will see you soon. Have a great night. Bye.